is a long time coming, and it's going to be it's so important to the future of Northern Colorado. And in so many ways, I think there's inside the fence, the takeoffs and landings, and the kinds of things that really make an airport an airport. The customer orientation, the convenience, the ability to service the air world, if you will, in so many ways. This is it's changing fundamentally in so many ways, and take into consideration those kinds of things. The assumptions about airports and the gates and all that stuff, customs and arrivals, departures, parking, connections to other transportation systems are all there and more, and how that's changing. And then also think about our airport as it relates to Northern Colorado. What a great strategically placed asset within Northern Colorado, and how it connects to other transportation modes as it relates to the economic futures of our communities, whether it be Fort Collins, Loveland, Greeley, Timnath, Wellington, Windsor. All of these are so important, aspects to our economic future. So thinking about this terminal, how it becomes the enabler, the connector, the ability to unlock and unleash the economic power in Northern Colorado. And so we're so fortunate in so many ways. The CARES Act 1 provided some funding for this. We're looking at thinking bigger and finding some donative dollars and other sources of revenue that can really make the future what this Charrette is really designed to do. So I just want to thank you for being here, but also just let these ideas flow, and those kinds of things where we're going, get them embedded in the fundamentals of what it is we're doing. So on behalf of the commission, and I see a number of the commission members here. I see Kurt Bergner, I see Tom Fleming, I see Darren Atterbury, and I see Don Overcash, I see Steve Adams, and who am I missing? But that may not be on my screen. But anyway, thank you for joining us here today, and thanks for all the support staff that works with the commission, both for Loveland and Fort Collins. And with that, I'll turn it. And Jason, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you and Sean and team and Aaron at the airport, and Lori Sturman as well, for getting us to this point. And what a great day that we can launch from here. So thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Chair. I really appreciate all those great words. I too am very excited and echo, a lot of what you said. Obviously, this is something that I'm very excited about, so much so I had to get a stand-up desk in my office, just because of my excitement. But, for us, it's something that the airport's been planning for quite some time. And, as you mentioned, Mayor, this is something that really the Federal CARES Act money has been the catalyst to position ourselves well for, trying to find out where that opportunity could bring us. So, prior to that, we were working on trying to find a grant from the FAA so that we could kick off this project, 5 years from now, and combine that with a lot of local funding needs so that we could get to where we wanted to be for replacing that terminal facility. Obviously, the funding's accelerated this much needed infrastructure improvement. And, I think in my mind, it'll unlock some future revenue streams that can be reinvested into some future phases of what this facility can truly become. As we all know, the Front Range of Colorado is growing, and, planning for that future is critical. So, the smart planning, decision-making that we all are involved with, will allow us the ability to, preserve those future areas for needs that are most appropriate in the right spots. And the airport master plan that was adopted by the cities just 2 months ago included a lot of information, including demand forecasting, development plan. It also included a thorough evaluation of what the future of a terminal building could be. Some recommendations for that, including location and conceptual layouts and sizing. But as we talk today, I know that we're really going to be focused on the vision. We're going to be focused on the goals of what this facility could be, and how a lot of it interacts with not only the airport itself, and as Wade mentioned, the how you get there. So, Northern Colorado, we're home to many general aviation airports, but this airport is really the only one that has a commercial operating certificate from the FAA, and that makes us stand out among those other airports. And as demand continues to grow here, and Denver International works to try to accommodate most of that demand, there's going to be opportunities that exist for this airport to capture those market share airline passengers, and with the proper infrastructure and competitive cost structuring, I believe that this airport can really position itself to be successful, so that airline service providers might invest their highly costly aviation resources to serve this market. So with that, there's really no alternative right now to the cost, speed, and efficiency that air travel provides. And I'm excited really to be part of this organization that's working to bring more air travel options to the residents of Northern Colorado. I just want to briefly talk.
Jason, I just want to also point out Jerry Stootsbury is joining us as well. So
thank you, Mayor.
Our commission.
Yep. Before we get started, just wanted to point out that this is a more in line with a city council study session where we're talking about and providing feedback to our group of individuals that are helping us out from VFLA Architects. Chris Aronson is going to be facilitating our discussion today. Russ Lee from Ripley Design, and Reed Good from VFLA. Emily from VFLA is on with us, in addition to our partners from Dibble Engineering. We have Jared Bass, Ken Snyder, and Rick Zabel on the call. We also have the Institute for the Built Environment and others that are also participating for as part of this project. So we're really excited to have that team of individuals helping us out with finding the best solution to design this facility for us. So we don't have any thing at the very beginning for any kind of public comment. We do have a question and answer session toward the end. We'll be doing a lot of phone poll or polling as part of this conversation, in addition to some breakout sessions that we hope are going to be very informative and generate feedback from the group. So with that, I'd like to hand the meeting over to Chris Aronson, who's going to serve as our primary facilitator. He's the lead architect for this from VFLA Architects, and we'll be going through our agenda and lead us into the discussion. So Chris.
Thanks, Jason, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here and spending the afternoon with all of us. Your input and feedback is important to the team, and we're really excited to be here. As the design team, we feel honored to represent Northern Colorado through this capacity. So I'm going to share my screen, and we can get started. Can everyone see that?
Looks good.
Great. So today is really exciting. Like Chairman and Mayor Troxel had mentioned, that today is about visioning. We're here today to co-create with you. We're here to gain feedback from everybody about what the terminal can be, what the potential is for it, what it affects on the region, and what can it catalyze. So it's about the vision, it's the big picture. Today we're not going to be designing the terminal. We're not going to be getting into adjacencies of rooms or maybe the program necessarily of specific rooms. We have a lot of that basic information. Today is big picture conversations, and we'll get into some of the outcomes and objectives that we're looking through today. But just want to again say, through this afternoon, we understand 4 hours is a long time to be on a Zoom call. We do have breaks throughout, so you guys can check email, have some snacks and coffee and, you know, bathroom break, that type of thing. For everyone to get the most out of this, love to have everybody's screens on if you're on the commission, and love to hear your input along the way. It's really an open discussion. We will be utilizing some Zoom polling through the afternoon, and we'll be utilizing the Zoom chat function to get some additional feedback from everybody. So we'll be capturing that, recording that, and then putting together a report after today and issuing that in the coming days. We're not going to go over the results of today, but mostly obtain the feedback from everyone. So introductions. I know Jason went through the list. I'm Chris Aronson with VFLA. We have Reed and Emily with our team as well. Dibble's a part of the design team of civil engineering, Ripley Design as the land planner and landscape architect. And then other key design members are down below with Swanson Rink doing mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. KLNA is structural, Institute for Built Environment, and Ambient Energy, helping to facilitate the sustainability functions of the terminal building. Today is this is where we're going today. So we're gonna go over Charrette objectives, the history of the airport, and then project status, what the assumptions of the project are to the design team at this point. That's kind of all the prep and background to get everybody on the same page. We'll do a 5-minute break. That's about 40 minutes of exercise. Then we're going to come back for group visioning and talk big picture. What's the role of a modern airport? You know, what is it? How does it function in the region? What can it catalyze and the energy around it? Talk about the Northern Colorado influences, and then look at some case studies. And throughout this, we'll have some feedback, and love to get we'll help facilitate some chats and some polls. After that, we'll take a break. We'll get into the group breakout rooms. We're going to divide everybody into 3 rooms, and we'll talk. We'll have the facilitators, myself, Russ Lee, and Reed Good, along with the Dibble team and Jason, Aaron, and Sean, jumping between the rooms. So each of you will get a chance to hear about site design, phasing, expandability, and architectural aesthetics. After that, we'll do some polling and get some feedback, do a break, and then come back for a wrap up and talk about the objectives again. So really a lot of opportunities to gain feedback from everyone, and look forward to the afternoon. To get everybody used to the polling, we're going to start with just an icebreaker poll. So Emily, if you could throw that out, we'll get it going. In the year of COVID, at least for me, I've been dreaming about vacation a lot, and we're talking about an airport. So for me, you know, where are you going to go? If you could take a vacation, where would you go?
Northern Colorado Regional Airport.
Yeah, that's step 1.
That would be the beginning of the trip, Wade.
I'll give everyone a few more seconds to answer the poll, and then we'll share the results. We won't share every poll, but this one's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Looks like we're a bunch of beach goers.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you. All right, we're gonna flip through quite a few slides today, so I'm not gonna hang up on any one slide too much. If you want, we can always go back to previous slides. Come on, there we go. So today's Charrette objectives. For us, a Charrette, you know, it's a group of people discussing solutions and problem solving. It's an architecture term that architects like to use. Really for visioning, it's about visioning and group thinking. For us, we want to receive your input today, talk about vision, goals, and the critical priorities. We understand that each project has a schedule, budget, and scope, and layered on top of that are the big aspirational goals. Today, it's about prioritizing those and understanding as we go through the design process, what are we aiming for? And then we also want to get into obtaining feedback from stakeholders about the site amenity priorities. We'll be talking with Russ about that. Phasing and expandability, you'll be talking with Reed about that. And architectural aesthetic, I'll be leading that breakout room. And through that, we start to define the opportunities and constraints around the terminal building itself. So goals are the overall project aspirations versus critical priorities, operational and functional. We know the building is going to have restrooms. We know it's going to have check-in, rental car, baggage claim, those types of things. But ultimately, what does that want to feel? What's the sense? What's the vibe, and the aesthetic of each of those spaces from the outside and the inside? Here's some examples, and we'll show this slide a few times through the presentation, but these are good just primers for people to think about as we move through the process today. So are we a gateway to the region? Is it the sense of place, the great passenger experience, business and leisure friendly, most tech savvy airport, world-class facility, multimodal? Is it iconic in architecture, community focused, family friendly, sustainable? Oh, we got iconic architecture on there. That must be subliminal by myself. Airline friendly, optimal level of service, transformative, and flexible for growth. And these were all generated through previous discussions and looking at the role of modern airports. What are the big aspirational elements that we want to achieve? The critical priorities, we know that it needs to have operational efficiency, be on budget, on schedule. There's a certain level of building performance, plan for future additions, future proofing. In this era, especially with COVID and the unknown, how do you future proof? Intuitive wayfinding, passenger ease, amenities, art, history, energy, efficiency, concessions, and security. So for us, it's about taking all of these and then prioritizing and getting feedback from you all today as we move through the session. As far as our Charrette schedule, we are going to be holding 4 of these. We are at the first one today, and the next one is with the design team only. It's going to be focused on sustainability. Brian Dunbar with IPE is going to be facilitating, and that's going to be into the weeds about building performance, sustainability, and then how does that measure up with the lead scorecard. The third one is going to be us as a design team coming back and presenting 3 concepts based on the first 2 charrettes. What are the priorities? What did we find, and what are the results of that? We want stakeholder input at that meeting, and from that we will be marching forward with one option or a merger of 2 or 3 options to get to the first round of 15% conceptual design. After that, we'll have the 4th charrette between a series of design process. The design schedule overall, we are right at the beginning. This is really kicking it off from a public stakeholder standpoint. You can see the first 3 charrettes are all before we generate any conceptual design. That you can see the 4th falls between 15 and 30%. And then we march forward with issuing multiple packages along the way. And the design schedule will culminate in a 100% CD set May 19th of 2020.
2022.
Yes. I'm just so used to saying 2020 that
No, it's hard.
it is hard. Thanks, Emily. And Reed, I think that's your birthday, isn't it?
It's true.
Yep.
Happy birthday to me.
I want to turn it over to Jason just to give us a run through the history of the airport, give people a little background. I know a lot of you spend a lot of time talking about this, but it gets everybody on the same page for the discussion today.
Thanks, Chris. So the picture that you see there is a picture that was taken in the mid 1960s when the airport was just constructed. Back in about the early 1960s, the airport really just began as an idea. The towns of Fort Collins and Loveland at the time were combined population of about 60 to 70,000 people, and both of the communities had their own airport facilities. They were both located west of their downtown areas, and in each one of the communities were looking separately for a location that was suitable for the replacement of their existing airports. Both of the airports, as I mentioned, were located west of town, and you're really affected by the proximity of the mountains due to where they were located, and we're really constrained by available space. So the cities approached the federal government requesting a land grant to acquire and build a new general aviation airport facility that would, they would combine to both operate and maintain. So in 1965, the facility was opened after it was purchased and constructed by the FAA and opened to the public. So, this photo, I believe, is just a couple of years after that when this was taken, just after the facility was built. Next slide. There's some, on the next slide here, a kind of a timeline of how the airport evolved. And, since it was open, it's really grown to accommodate more aircraft activity and support the aviation demands of the, northern Colorado region. And in 1989, I'm going to jump all the way to that point, was when the original terminal was constructed. That original terminal, forgot to put Wade's timeline in here. So it looks like he entered that in the chat. But
Wow.
1955, we should have put that as an item there. Thanks, Wade.
Yeah.
Since the airport was opened, in 1989, that airport terminal that we currently have was built. And, when it was built, it was designed to support 19 passenger commuter flights to and from the Denver Stapleton Airport at the time. Those services existed for about 6 years after that terminal facility was built, ending in 1996, just after the new Denver airport was constructed and opened. So, almost 9 years later, from 1996, in late 2003, a new air carrier started serving the airport, Allegiant Airlines. This airline operated for 9 years using 150 to 160 passenger MD-80 aircraft, obviously substantially larger than the small commuter planes that the terminal originally was designed for. The tragedy of September 11th also had a significant impact to airports across the country, spurring the creation of the Department of Homeland Security Transportation Security Administration. And as a result of that, the screening requirements and security requirements occupy a significant portion of the existing structure. And because of that, and combined with the larger aircraft that the airport had been supporting, the necessity to add additional space in the form of some modular facilities was done back in 2003, and then also again in 2010. So 2012, Allegiant stopped serving the airport, citing a lack of an air traffic control tower. And obviously today we know what we have. We do have air traffic control services operating since late March, and a lot more going on here at the airport. Next slide. So as you can see, this is just a kind of an evolution of airport development history over time, with up until the year 2000, the buildings that were constructed shaded there in blue. After 2001 to 2010, those structures shown in green really were constructed to accommodate the closure of the downtown Fort Collins Airport that happened back in 2006, 2007. So a substantial general aviation development surge happened there in the late 2000s. And then the last decade shown there in yellow, with anything that's planned currently and approved with a land lease from the Airport Commission. They're shown in kind of that highlighted orange color. So, kind of an evolution from north to south, if you will, as part of that development process. Next slide. Here's just a few photos of events that have occurred in close area that the airport terminal has been able to support in the past. that's outside of the realm of the commercial aviation side. The limitations of the existing terminal are obviously size related. So, we do have a lot of events that occur in hangar buildings and other more large scale facilities that, a future terminal might be able to accommodate in the future. Next slide. And then obviously the commercial air service at the airport. This is just kind of shows some pictures here in the last few years of commercial activities in and around the terminal building that this building would essentially provide service to. And I think that wraps up the history section, if I'm not mistaken, Chris.
Yep.
You have one more?
No, that's it. Thanks, Jason. Let me get into project status and talk about how did we get here. As Jason mentioned before, there's been terminal site analysis done by Dibble in 2018. You guys just approved the master plan late in 2020. Jason and his teams has performed terminal case studies back in 2017. There's been passenger demand analysis, and really for the catalyst to kick off the funding has been the CARES Act. So that's been able to really jumpstart and move the design of the terminal up, and is a driver for schedule. As we know, we need to spend the funds by July 2024. Looking at the current terminal challenges, most people have been out there. As Jason said, it was completed in 1989. It was originally designed for 19 passengers and just doesn't allow for operational. It has operational limitations to it, right? Limited capacity, limited space for pre-screening, security screening and technology limits, restroom and plumbing, electrical, comm, and tech. There we have a fully outdoor baggage handling system, lack of amenities, lack of expandability, and then outdated architecture. So teams have been out there to investigate and take a look at the existing facilities and looking at ways in which to repurpose the existing terminal building itself. There's some more photos. Just get as a reference point. And we show the remote control tower room and the building there, as we know that is a limitation we need to keep in place for the next 5 to 7 years, and will be worked into master plan and phasing that we'll review later on today. The current design assumptions for the team, we know the size based on previous studies in the master plan and allowable cost of construction and the fund we have. We're looking at 25 to 30,000 square feet. We know based on the CARES Act funding, we have $12 million for the terminal construction of the building itself. That excludes landscaping and the airside apron expansion. For us, the schedule is really driven by the CARES Act funding. We need to be complete and every dollar spent by July 2024. The goal here is a terminal that has 2 gates serving the largest aircraft of the A320. And then the goal is to bring that commercial air travel to the airport itself. As far as LEED and sustainability, we'll be striving for gold. And through the process of the master plan and the RFP that was released a couple years ago now, Dibble and VFLA and Ripley went after, and we're fortunate to be selected on. We have a program for the terminal space, demand profiles, program summary that was part of the master plan. We are vetting that with the consultants to make sure that we are in alignment with FAA and with the goals of the airport itself. For us, we're really looking at the anticipated project boundary. Here's our focus and where the design team is spending most of its time. In the yellow, you can see, can people see my pointer, my cursor? Okay. We're focused here at this area. This is where I'd like to spend the conversation today. In addition to this green zone here is potential entry enhancements. Russ with Ripley is going to be spending time in his breakout where we're talking about nodes of opportunity in here, possibly here. And what does that entry sequence want to be?
Hey, Chris,
Yeah.
it looks like Don has a comment.
Oh,
Sorry, just a quick question. Help me get caught up a bit, Chris. The land that says along the green line says potential entry enhancements to the
Yeah.
north of that, is that airport property? Or is that already, is that restricted in some sense? Or is that property available for discussion in the context of this project?
I can take that one, Chris. So I believe Commissioner Overcash, your question is the land directly to the north of the existing Earhart Road. That's
Correct.
currently the open field. So part of our master plan, it did show that portions of that would be reserved for expandability of the commercial terminal and parking areas into that location.
Okay, I'm sorry to bring it up now, but I didn't know if it was restricted or in
It's
various
not-
stages of development. Thanks for letting me interrupt.
No problem.
That's good for now. Thank you.
thanks, Don. So for the design team, we're not just looking at the terminal itself as an object, as a space, as an operational facility, but we're looking at the entry sequence and what's the passenger, what's the staff member, what are the view corridors to and from the terminal, and what does that experience want to be? So we kind of identified the limits of the project to be, is this a gateway element in this area? Is there an enhanced drive along the way that Russ will get into later on? And then as we toured the site, I mean, we've all seen the views out there, the magical views, unobstructed through the mountains, phenomenal sunrises, sunsets. You get to see the storms roll in the summertime. And there's little glimpses of these great peekaboo moments, even through this slot right in here. There's a great shot directly at Long's Peak. Are there opportunities to capture in the design that we're trying to make the arrival and the entry sequence into the terminal and really to kick off your flying experience? How does that function? We are looking at the condition of the parking lot and talking with budget of how does this get resurfaced or repaved? Here's the existing terminal. Here's the remote control tower room. And then also shown in here, we put in showing the expanded apron, and we will have an extra little taxiway connection point here to allow for a better flow of aircraft as they come around. The majority, well, all of the phasing opportunities, we're looking at the proposed terminal being on the north side of the existing terminal, and then how that expands up to the north. Russ, did you have any more comments on this slide?
No, I just think that, this is that's what the breakout sessions is for. In this case, is Chris is kind of touching on some of the bigger topics that, giving a teaser, but these are discussions that we're going to have in the breakout session. And in particular, what's our priorities, with CARES Act funding? What kind of funding are we going to need to do some of the site stuff that's not included in the CARES Act funding? And how can we get those funds, and how excited can people be about them? So yeah, it's a little teaser here, so this is great.
Good stuff. Thanks, Russ. I know it seems early to take a break, but we are going to take a break because the next session's 80 minutes, and love to have people be able to stay focused through the remainder of that. So let's come back at 1:47. We can get into essentially the next round of group visioning. So,
Hey, Jason.
Yes, Don?
Thank you. Yeah, Jason, while they're going on break, could we did you intend to send us a copy of this, or did I get one and miss it in all my emails?
We're going to send a copy following that. So if anybody's
That's
interested.
great. I don't have to take as many notes because I know where to go and find it. Thank you so much.
You bet, Don.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
So Chris, we'll see you at 1:48 then.
Yes, thank you.
Jason, are you still on there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, this is Kurt. Is there a reason to wait till the end to send it to us? I kind of like to make notes on things and do things while we're talking. And if there is a reason, that's fine. Just wondering if there's a reason to wait till after the meeting to send it.
I know that our folks wanted to get some reaction to this presentation as we went along, and that's why it wasn't provided in advance. So
Okay.
we can certainly.
Nope. I'm good with that. I'm good
Okay.
with that. I'll make notes on blank paper, and then I like to mark these things up and scribble on them and
Understood.
write
Kurt.
stuff
Yeah.
down. But
Thanks for understanding.
No problem. Yep. Good deal.
Jason, did you want me to send a copy out to you? I can send one of the note sections.
Yeah, it's up to you, Chris. Last I talked to you, you were looking to be able to get some reactions, but now that we're already here, you wanted to send it out to the list we provided you. I think you could go for it.
So Jason, this is Diane. I'm assuming that would be posted on our website after the session.
It will, Diane, and we're also going to have a survey in addition to that. That's going to be posted on a website as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think that if we can have the website that's set up so that for the terminal design or the terminal project, that people can easily find it if they just come to the airport website.
Of course, Diane, we have a website that's just about finished with creation. Okay. So we're anticipating right after this meeting being able to set that up early next week to include this presentation in addition to the survey that will be part of the ending of this
That'd be great. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean, I'm going to send to you. I don't have everybody email dialed in to my email yet. If you don't mind sending out to the team.
I'm never sure how to click on, those kinds of documents without losing my Zoom connection.
You have two monitors, Diane, or?
No.
Diane, if you go to the top of the window where it says view options, if you're on a PC.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You can exit full screen, and that'll allow you the ability to look at other things.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, when the screen share goes on Zoom, it takes up the entire monitor. So you
Yeah.
can-
Yeah, no, I was supposed to be retired without 2 monitors.
Diane, I thought you were in for life.
Well, maybe with 1 monitor.
And you're not meaning an ankle monitor.
No, although speaking of ankle monitors, about the,
Careful, we're public.
I know, but
Just kidding.
last week, the insurrection, apparently there was some guy that participated that had an ankle monitor, and so they found him very easily that he was there when he wasn't supposed to.
Where was this?
At the
At the
Capitol
Capitol.
the insurrection.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, easy to.
But he
Easy to-
he went there with an ankle monitor.
Wow. Takes some
Not very
time.
bright.
Yeah.
All right, we all back?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get started. So we're going to spend just a few minutes going over some big picture slides. We have 3 categories here that we'd like to show, kind of 20 minutes each. I apologize.
Okay, don't forget to mute everyone.
Classic mailman. We'll go into the big picture, what's the role of a modern airport. We'll get into the case studies in Northern Colorado as a region. So,
Hey, Chris, can we just keep looking at this
I
picture?
know, right? It's fabulous. I grabbed it from City of Loveland's LinkedIn page.
That is beautiful.
Yeah. So again, for the objectives, as we look through here, let's think about the goals and objectives that we want to have this terminal provide. And again, here the goals, opportunities, critical priorities. And for us, this is where it really starts to kind of get the juices flowing. Is, what is the role of a modern airport? We've looked at this with Jason and got feedback from PDSC and the Airport Commission and some initial discussions of just, certainly being a regional airport, we don't look at this directly as, well, how does this function to enhance tourism for the city of one city, right? It's a collective for really the whole region, a gateway, and exploring this as a design team gets us really excited. So we know that this is going to be a gateway to tourism, to the outdoors, to Rocky Mountain National Park, the Front Range, to like one person said in one of our previous discussions, it was bikes, beer, and bands. So what can help, drive that tourism? Next, it's a phenomenal opportunity to conduct commerce. Is this going to be a catalyst for that area as other businesses are going to want to come in? Are you going to want to have, work share spaces adjacent to the terminal? The experience and the views out there are captivating. It's something that, and people just love to watch planes and helicopters come in and out. It can really drive business with, small companies and the big companies in our region. So we want to be thinking about that as well. And then education. We have great resources with CSU, UNC, Ames, and Front Range, and the pilots, pilot training. It can also become a hub for education as people flying in and out, educating the young generations to become pilots, but then also educating, businesses and the working, the work, even other businesses and how they collaborate. So it'll be certainly a hub for education. Food and entertainment. How as an airport can we get drive revenue, drive experience out there. This is one where, as a design team, and with Jason's like, are there food truck rallies out here? How can we utilize this parking lot to help facilitate community engagement? You know, farmers markets. We know that the airport's not right next to town. It's not in Old Town, and it's not the living room of the community, but it is. It has opportunity, and how do we want to, and do we want to take advantage of that? Certainly, there's been air shows. I know in the summer there's car shows, and then with COVID and things like that, how can we do these outdoor drive-in theaters? So I think there's some great opportunity with food and entertainment. Arts and culture, certainly we have Loveland is a huge sculpture community, and what types of art throughout the development and the terminal and as a gateway and throughout, do we have history walls? Do we have sculptures? How does that start to play into public funding and fundraising? It's just, again, an opportunity that we don't want to lose track of. From a transportation standpoint, we know this can be a hub for multimodal transportation. There's lots of talk about the last mile after you get off the airplane, integration with the Colt system. Do we have bike share? I know it's out there, but then again, adjacencies to the existing businesses out there, and airport.
We've lost you, Chris. I think you're frozen.
We gotta get Chris Pulse or, God, I'm embarrassed. I can't remember. Darren, what's the name of the Fort Collins
Is this
project?
a hub even to get down to deep?
Connection, Don.
Run an extension cord up there.
Darren, what's the name? What's the name of Fort Collins Connect?
Fort Collins Connection with an
Fort
X.
Collins Connection. I was close.
Yeah,
We gotta get them wired.
we do got to get them wired.
I need wired. I'll probably be lost here within an hour.
Oh, no.
Did we lose them altogether?
Looks like we lost
I think
Chris,
he
but I'm sure he'll jump back on in just a second.
Yeah, I'm thinking he probably disconnected, right? And
Right.
another impromptu break. Get your water.
Thank you, Sean, for sending out the PowerPoint so quickly.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Reed, I was wondering if Chris doesn't jump on soon, if you just wanted to.
Yeah, I've got the presentation on my computer as well. I can jump back in if he doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come back.
Yeah, before we go there, I'd just like to raise a question that came up. That is, are we constrained by the entry way to the airport, the approach, and to alongside the FBO and the fire station? Are there opportunities for the ramp area, south of the current FBO? So just talking about how constrained are we to the area that Chris initially put up?
The biggest challenge that we have for space and expandability is that that's the largest open space available right now for accommodating not only the terminal, but also the parking lots and ramp infrastructure. We do have a lot of capability as you look east and further north of the existing entrance road, which, ideally from an airport planning perspective, putting in a loop road that would be a one-way road that would loop around to the terminal building, the FBO, and then return back to the primary entry corridor. That's something that works fairly well for those types of Yeah, you can kind of see there. Thanks, Russ, for sharing your screen.
Yeah.
So that entire lot area to the north of the Earhart Road there is available, and you know, according to our master plan, what was shown on that is you know, expanding that out with not only the terminal facility, its expandability, but also the parking lot and that loop road that would surround it.
Right. And I think, you know, just as, I think the question is, are we constrained to that entry point?
There's obviously a secondary entryway that can go from the south to the north. The only challenge is we can't bring anything from the north without having to cross the Crossman runway and access to the corporate hangars there just to the east in the Center Point Business Park.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody.
And then I guess while we're on that topic real quick before Chris jumps into
Yeah.
this. And this might be, you know, for Jason and maybe even Troy, as far as, is Earhart public right of way through here? I've never confirmed that. No, so that's all on airport property.
It is.
Okay, great.
Well, irony strikes. My internet goes out as I talk about technology. Thanks for your flexibility.
Chris, are you doing this from Fort Collins?
Yeah.
You have one of the incumbent services then, I'm assuming?
You hope.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to name them. I'm gonna put my money that you're not on Fort Collins connection yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. It just got installed in Parkwood over Christmas break.
All right.
Yeah.
A couple more months, we'll be there.
Oh, good. All right. So with technology, you know, how technology inspired or focused does the terminal want to be, all the way from, you know, the parking lot and how you pay to what's the user experience as you travel through. There's been some great advancements, as you can see, with security, TSA. The one in the middle is this robot out of Munich. And I know Jason's been to the terminal shown in the middle where you order food via iPad and it comes out. So certainly there's technology with sustainability as well, solar and you know, bringing, you know, live vegetation to the interior to help facilitate technology and innovation. In addition, you know, with tech and innovation, Northern Colorado has this attitude and atmosphere of innovation. So how does this start to catalyze the thinking in other businesses in our region? How do we connect and utilize this facility to help grow innovative thinkers? I know we have the Innosphere here in town, and how do we engage with the educational facility, you know, organizations around Northern Colorado to help spark innovation in tech? I think can be is something that we should be talking about. So I'd love to hear your feedback towards the end of this on that. Yeah. And then as we get into architecture, a terminal historically can become a landmark and an icon for the region. It helps drive marketing and for the airport to help drive revenues. It helps to drive tourism. Nowadays with social media, you start to gather the Instagrammable moments that we can capture with young travelers. So it's something that we'll think about and we'll move through and looking at the case studies. Certainly when we talk about icons, what does that want to be and how does that fit into the budget? So I'd love to open up discussion with you as we move through, just to talk about the previous slides on what are the goals. I think for us, it's goals here and how we capture all those items and talk about what are the values you want to see the terminal personify with this project. So love to open it up.
I'll start off, for me, the location is a key asset. And so just featuring the view sheds, our natural environment, and coupling to the aspirational future, the technology elements that Chris presented and things like that, that really speak to, I think, our area. So a lot of good natural elements, but also speaking, cleanly to the future and innovation and possibilities.
The one thing I could maybe piggyback on, I agree the location is so unique, but also the whole area as a regional, draw for innovation. And I think that the airport terminal is going to be one of those initial structures, and both how it looks as well as how it functions to kind of set the stage for some of the other innovation and businesses that could locate or in that area.
I think I'd like to add a couple of points here, and I totally agree with the two that have just been made. It's important to me that we not forget why the terminal will exist, and that's to support people flying commercial airlines more than anything else. So the good passenger experience, one of the things that was mentioned earlier by Chris, I think is crucial, because if we make the greatest terminal in the world that focuses on the future and exposes our beautiful views and values, and it's not a good passenger experience, we will fail. So that needs to remain front and center, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, would you say that's a critical priority?
Well, it is to me, but I don't mean to speak for everyone.
No, it is.
Commissioner Cash has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of thoughts that I had thinking about this is that that whole area, not just the terminal, but that whole area, it would be great if it could reflect an area of interest. Meaning it's interesting to be there. It's representing, for instance, dynamic smart growth that incorporates the technology, the whole field. This is a growth opportunity, but we want to reflect smart growth, technology driven, innovation driven, but we don't want to lose the I don't think we'd want to lose the touch of where we're at. I think Wade said the view shed that we're looking at. Maybe that's reflected internally with art that reflects the area that makes this into an experience. Walking into this airport area shouldn't look like I'm going into Charlotte, North Carolina, or Birmingham, or White Plains, New York. This should really just sing Colorado. And one of the things we have going for us, besides the view, is we have a lot of smart growth going on around the areas of the technology, and that would then relate to the overall customer experience. Rooted in our assets, but pointed towards the future.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it's capturing both. I'm thinking out loud, so forgive my words, but maybe that's a good phrase. Rooted in our assets, but capturing the dynamic growth towards the future.
Diane?
I think also piggybacking on what Tom said, that it is a passenger terminal. And I think that the passengers, though, that will be coming through are going to be business passengers, they're going to be tourists, they're going to be people affiliated with our academic institutions. And again, the degree to which it's not only a great experience for the passengers, but as they think about the purpose for which they're in the area, it might become a multifaceted facility for holding conferences, for holding a variety of activities that are related to passengers, but also bringing other community members to the terminal as well. So very multifaceted.
Hey, Chris, and others, I think in your early slide that showed objectives, I think you captured a lot of what I'm interested in the objectives PowerPoint. I'll also say I think the images and the materials and the quality that you're showing, I think at this stage in the process are very good. Clearly, you know, we are constrained by a budget, but also I think Wade has challenged us to think bigger with some alternative fundraising as well, and I think that needs to be just sort of stated here. But I like the imagery that you show. I think again, the quality of the materials, the activity, all the things that people have spoken to, I think are good. I would say, you know, for me, words that come to mind are really open and transparent, friendly. Don, you know, mentioned the customer, but and Tom, I think, you know, Northern Colorado is a very friendly place. Fort Collins, Loveland is a very friendly place. We hear that from our residents and people moving here that, wow, this almost isn't real. I think about also the word catalytic or leveraging, that this public investment is future oriented enough to where it can be catalytic to other private sector investments. We can preserve the opportunity for expansion, so that this facility, you know, we laugh now in whenever it was, it wasn't 1965, but when the first terminal was built that held 19 people, right? So maybe 50 years from now, when they say, oh, look what they built something for X capacity. That was funny. Now it's, you know, X thousands. I think building something that can, is sort of that can be easily bolted onto, expandable. And then I wanted to let everyone know too, I just sent an email to my executive team with the PowerPoint and said, hey, you guys might be interested in the conversation that we're having. And also long-term thinking and stick-to-itiveness pays off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fact is that we're ready for this conversation. We're positioned in a good way. And we were talking about these kinds of things 15 years ago. And so we should always, as an airport commission and communities, be thinking about, you know, if we're not thinking about 15, 25, 50, 100 years out, then I guarantee you no one else is. So, you know, just kind of neat to, it's kind of neat to be involved in this conversation. And I like the process that's been outlined as well. So I'll stop there.
And I'm going to build on what Darren said about, you know, the catalyst. You know, a lot of times in design, you want to take into account the immediate built environment. You know, I think we should starkly diverge from the current built environment around it, to make a point, to challenge, to lift up, to create the say, you know, to create a driver to say we have to greatly improve everything around it. So that's that additional, you know, aspirational sort of thing. So I'm suggesting that it should be something that does not blend into the surroundings, you know, because I think what we should be doing is lifting it 2 or 3 levels higher to create that stark differentiation of where we're going.
Steve has his hand up, and we also have a couple questions in the chat.
Oh, great.
Sean,
James, welcome.
Sean, why don't you monitor the speakers? Why don't you call on people?
Oh, okay, James, why don't we have you go ahead. You can here, let me ask you to unmute yourself.
I just wondered if we can quantify the number of daily and weekly annual flights that we're aiming to support in this initial release. I mean, what we're talking about doing is from a passenger experience, that's different whether we're trying to support 1,000 flights a year or 200 flights a year. I also know this master plan enables us to easily, or hopefully easily, expand this terminal as more demand shows itself. So I echo what Darren was saying, making this into
Sorry, James, you're kind of faint.
That's why I typed it.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So James had asked about if we could quantify the number of daily, weekly flights we're aiming to support in the initial phase of the terminal. And actually, Aaron just answered it. He said that our master plan estimates 590 annual air carrier operations in 2023, growing to 954 in 2038. And then Troy had said, I'd echo Tom's point in terms of a goal. I think the terminal needs to lend itself well to enticing an appropriate commercial airline in which to operate in a functional and sustainable way, and opportunities for growth. And then we also have another question from Alicia, but Steve and Kurt had their hands up first. So I think Steve should go first.
Thank you. Just a couple things. One, I haven't heard the term about the family. And I think that in the future, we hope to have a lot of families traveling also here. So there are things that we have to do in our terminals nowadays to make it more family friendly to be traveling. The other thing, and I think it was mentioned a little, is in addition to the stakeholders we have, which are customers, is also the airlines, and making this airport so friendly to them that they can't stop themselves from bringing in more flights for us and letting us grow more, and being able to accommodate that in all areas of baggage claim, how we maintain and so forth. And then enduring, I think to Wade's point of this doesn't last now, but it's out for a long time and sustainable, and being possibly a leader in this particular area of an airport where you could say it's 100% green or something like that. So that's an icon, not only in its beauty, but in how it operates and how much it costs. Thank you.
And Kurt had his hand up next.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. I think every comment that I've heard here is great comments, great desires. And I'm concerned, and I may have missed something at a previous meeting, apologies if I did, but just our budget. We talk about all these things that we want and how we want to be to get to do all those goals and be oppressive and be something that really sets a tone and gets where we want. I'm concerned that our budget and our size is possibly too small. So I think everybody's ideas are great. I echo them. I want to put that out there that I think doing, looking at the public-private or a P3 kind of deal is something I think we just need to be thinking a little bigger and a little more into the future, like Darren said. So just want to put that out there because I'm sure it'll get in the discussion.
Kurt, can you expand on your thoughts on it needs to be bigger? What do you mean by that?
And I wasn't in some of these meetings, but I'd like to see some of the maybe initial designs of what 30,000 was it 30,000 on the slide that I seen? Was that a target? So what does that look like? I see 2 gates. What's the, is it seating area, baggage, TSA, but what else is there for?
Was it Cheyenne? Kind of comparable to that size, right? When we went and visited?
Well, okay, yeah, could have been, and I enjoyed that tour. But just thinking, I'm sure when we get into some of the design, like what's left over, whether we want obviously the view of the mountains is going to be a big thing. Is there any place for art? Is there any thing that really makes this different? Do we want an airplane hanging down from the city? And I'm not trying to say it should be grandiose and over the top, but if we want airlines to be like, wow, we want to come there. This is a representation of what we want to do. We want to serve from, Cheyenne to Longmont and outwards from there, but to attract all different things. And something Diane said, I mean, even from an innovate, getting companies to come here from an innovation standpoint, and just this terminal could do a lot for this airport and for this for Northern Colorado. And I just think we need to make sure that we're building something that really can accommodate all that. So when I look at the dollars and size, and Chris, I appreciate the question. I probably have to look at what all is included in 30,000 square foot before maybe I'm really set on that comment. But we really have an opportunity to do something here. And I think with a public-private partnership, we could send out RFIs. We could see who's out there in the private world that's willing to invest and maybe take some of the risk. And obviously we want to build this thing so there's an expansion capability to add on. I guess just thinking about that, I think that's important. Obviously, that's really important. What's the original right size in budget here? I'll leave it at that, and I'll kind of study some of these things.
We had a couple of questions in the chat still. Two from Alicia about how will the airport connect to existing and future planned transit options? And then what cities, communities will these transit options connect to? I think we've kind of covered that in previous commission meetings a little, right?
Chris, earlier you mentioned bikes, beers, and bands, making space, and this isn't replicating Austin, but I will tell you we're being much more intentional about music and live music. And so, at some point we talk about wanting to be friendly and fun and family friendly and so forth. What about enabling live music when you arrive in Northern Colorado?
And last question in the chat is from Wade. Wade asks, how will the terminal relate to general aviation? And that's all we have in the chat right now. Oh, never mind. Diane just added one. Related to Wade's question is the role of the FBO, the existing and the planned one. So what is the role of the FBO for the existing and the planned one as far as it relates to the new terminal?
Jason, do you want to answer those?
The general aviation side, is going to be separate from the new terminal building, just because of all the regulations that we have to uphold. We have to kind of separate that out from the rest of the airport, from the general aviation side, due to a lot of that regulatory requirements from TSA and others. So the challenge that we have is incorporating that into this terminal facility, where our existing terminal facility is really only supporting air carrier activities, and we anticipate this being a future air carrier activity supporter. We could incorporate some of the existing facilities into some general aviation uses if we look to repurpose those, because right now, obviously we're using those facilities for other purposes, so they could be repurposed to other types of uses that could correlate to general aviation.
And I'm just going to follow up on that. I think it has to be thought of as a system, and I think it has to relate to general aviation. And I think the terminal is not just a building. I think it's how the airport operates. And I think that gets to the question is, how does it relate to general aviation, and how does it relate to the FBO and other sorts of things? Because if somebody could just walk around the terminal, all the TSA operations inside are meaningless. And so I think it really needs to incorporate how does the airport operations work going forward with the future that is being planned out.
One more chat item from Brian Dunbar from CSU Institute for the Built Institute. He's mentioned that, speaking of NOCO being a leader in energy and sustainability, there's a new system, LEED Positive, that will be released in the next year. The Fort Collins project, L'Avenir, is in line to be the first LEED Positive project in the nation. So maybe he's asking if we might want to go towards that instead of gold?
Actually, it would be both. You get LEED platinum or LEED gold, but if your project can show positive energy, then you can also get LEED positive.
Oh,
I love it.
Might be a stretch goal for us.
No, it's good.
Mhm. Great discussion, everybody. I appreciate the comments and the feedback. I think one of the things is we, as a design team, and we've touched on it previously, and it kind of rolls into this, is, you know, what essence of Northern Colorado, like Don, you were mentioning, you know, we want this to feel like Northern Colorado. When you come in, when you fly out, you know, we're a gateway to the plains and a gateway to the mountains. You know, people are fit, active. There's festivals. Used to be, there will be soon enough. What is that? I'd love to get some feedback from all of you on some specific characteristics of Northern Colorado that we can to help guide the design. And then we also look at, you know, the architecture in Northern Colorado, some really innovative architecture, also tying into the historical architecture that's been in place for over 100 years. You know, no, we aren't just going to look at Loveland, Fort Collins, but Windsor, Greeley, you know, we got Harmony and all these developing communities on the east side of I-25 that will be great users of the terminal. So, you know, love to get some feedback on what part of Northern Colorado specifically, to kind of jump off Don's point, do we want to have this exude or exemplify? Diane, see your hand up.
Yeah, yes. I think there's a couple of things, and Darren touched upon it too. The welcoming and friendly atmosphere, as well as the Northern Colorado is known for its collaboration, and I would hope we would continue to be known for that. So how that gets reflected and people pick that up is one characteristic. Another one, and Brian may want to speak to this, a course we did a couple years ago, Story of Place. I think one of the characteristics about this region is pragmatic innovation. And how does that get, you know, reflected and communicated, and so that people sense that and feel it and see it, and can experience it as well.
Thanks, Diane.
You know, the examples I used there of Northern Colorado, even the old to the new, really reflects materials and quality materials. And I think with moving towards, you know, the LEED plus and, you know, it's really open a lot of new material as well, lighting and so forth, that enable, you know, expanse and openness. And I think that gets a lot to, you know, friendliness and other things if it's, you know, if it has that intentional direction as well.
And Diane, I'll add on to your thought about Story of Place. And what you talk about is collaboration. And I think there are some really nice ways to show. I mean, we're starting with City of Loveland and City of Fort Collins collaborating on this anyway. And then, of course, the universities and the school district and the business communities. There's going to be some nice ways to promote that as part of that welcome.
Anyone else? And I might pose a separate follow-up to that is, what don't we want it to exemplify? As far as a you know, part of design is identifying what we want and also identifying what we don't want.
Yeah, I want to build on what Brian had said. So what we don't want, Brian was talking about, my words, not his, but I know he supports this, a building, a facility that actually could be regenerative, that it actually could have net value back. So what I would hate to see is at the end of the day, a resource hog that our successors inherit that in short term really questioned our decision-making ability and our design sense. So a facility, Chris and team, that takes rather than somehow gives back. A net positive is the desired outcome that I think we ought to be striving for.
Love it.
And just imagine if it influences future buildings on airports, you know, in Colorado, around the country, around the world. So it's got to happen somewhere.
And that we have a comment from Helene from Ambient Energy. The project sustainability strategy can be the catalyst for regenerative outcomes. This would be a great discussion topic at the sustainability charrette.
I'd like to piggyback on what Darren just said about and Brian also about sustainability, focusing on LEED positive. To me, sustainability has two major dimensions. One is sustainability in the environmental sense, being energy positive, using less water and so forth. But the other one is financially sustainable. If we are not financially sustainable, this is a pipe dream. And it's essential that as we look at things, we separate our needs from our wants. And the needs are more than just what the FAA defines. They're going to be things that we will define in this process as well. But wants are a good thing, but they need to pay for themselves over the longer haul. And we need to be attentive to how that can happen so that we don't create an anchor on the airport, pardon me, financially that'll hold us back.
Yeah.
Kelly has her hand up.
Yes, I'd like to, I don't know how we do this through design, but from someone who courts business here, we often have the image, especially from folks down south in Denver that come up and visit, that we're a cow town, that we're small, that we're, we don't have critical mass. And through design, it would be nice to show a progressive, vibrant region, and that I don't know how you present that we're larger than we are, but I feel we are, and it's misrepresented often by visitors who just see this as a small little agricultural area that doesn't have any real business going on.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that so much. I hear that all the time.
I'd like to build on that a little bit as, be thinking about where the aerospace industry is heading generally. I think with COVID and so forth, there are fundamental pressures going on, but also the way things are changing. And I think getting to Kelly's point, I don't know if it makes sense where this is terminal E of DIA and start to connect in ways that, conceptually that, play to, Kelly's point. Also, and we've talked about this as commission, but including customs and export control and other sorts of things that would uniquely differentiate our airport as a destination and as a provider of services to communities currently underserved in the Western region. So, be thinking about those elements that the industry really depends upon that are lacking. And, it's a desert here, but we can create the oasis.
Wade, you triggered a thought in me. And to the Cowtown comment, one of the things that somehow would be good to wrap into this conversation is the presence of a world-class research institution.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. There's 40,000 people related to that campus, and really truly, and as R&D goes, and I mean, this isn't the university of 25 years ago. It's a very different, it's a magnet. And that's not just the little main campus in Fort Collins. That's it's our largest employer. There's so much related. And so, Kelly, that's what I think about is, that ought to be seen as Northern Colorado's university, and not just the main campus down in downtown Fort Collins. And that it just seems to me that if that is one way, that's one way to maybe sort of fight against that. Because more and more Northern Colorado is going to have to be very intentional about this. I think another thing, and I know we've laughed and joked about Pulse and Connection and Estes Parks system and Longmont system, but the fact is Northern Colorado is soon to be the most connected region possibly in the entire country. The fact that there's going to be several 100,000 households that have fiber optic connections to every business and every household, that's not a cow town. And a world-class research institution is not a cow town or a cow region either. So anyway, I just offer that as maybe a defense to some of that thinking. And I'm really glad you brought it up, Kelly, because Fort Collins still gets some of that as well. And we're working hard. We're working hard on that. But again, for me, what I imagine is a region of hundreds of thousands of people. Again, 25, 50, 100 years out is what we're really designing for. So hope that doesn't in any way reflect anyone that's Pollyannish and out of touch, but I feel pretty strongly about that.
Oh, Diane, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with Darren that, drawing in both the university as well as, what's happening with the school districts and pathways, to a variety of different STEM programs that could be highlighted. But one of the things that I would not want to have happen is what we have today in terms of most of our communities don't really know that we have an airport, and that they don't understand the airport also as an area of innovation. And it ranges, not just folks that never use an airport, but that's pretty endemic, I think, throughout a lot of our communities. And so if there are ways in which we can incorporate, more interest, more participation in this airport and the area, I think that we'll be able to reach some of our other goals that we have talked about. And also, I think, Wade, to your point, the aero industry, looking at unmanned UASs, unmanned systems, and so on, because we're also growing as an area for Amazon and distribution, and how can we incorporate those kinds of facilities into what we're doing.
Very good.
Get 2 comments or 3 comments on chat. Alicia said Diane's point about pragmatic innovation comes back to both of these points. CSU is not just a world-class research university, but we are really dedicated to our land grant mission, which means we want our research to bring meaningful and beneficial impacts to our communities. Kelly Jones said displays showing our innovation would be fantastic. And then James Hayes says, not only our innovation of the future, but also acknowledging where we came from.
I'd like to just build on Darren's comment about CSU, and I'm a part of a visioning process with the Foothills campus, and Brian and Alicia or others might be as well. But we have a lot of diamonds that we keep under rocks, and we don't shine the light on a whole lot. Just for example, Colorado State University, we with the Equine Center and with the vet hospital, jets fly in with horses to be taken care of. And I was a couple of years ago in Lexington, Kentucky, and and um, and they don't at University of Kentucky, they don't have a vet school. They have to lean upon Auburn. And when horses need to be taken care of, they come here. And literally from all over the world, from the Middle East, a lot of the ownership of race horses and so forth are in Europe and Middle East. And just thinking about those kinds of connections that might be coming out of some of these other visioning processes that I think Jason knows the aircraft that come in and out, but how do we connect those to the opportunities that really represent what we have here in Northern Colorado? And clearly a research class one, a research extensive university is one of those. And I know there are others. I'll put in a plug for Loveland and their arts community as well, the more of the visual arts and if we could just, the music and the other visual arts and this is a destination. I know that we've talked about at the commission before. Darren, what's the airport in your where you grew up? The county.
Sonoma County.
Yeah, the Sonoma County. Just think of the imagery of arriving in Sonoma County at that airport, and they accentuate that, and that's and that's what we can do here. That you've arrived at the place that is pretty special, and just bringing out all the dimensions that we're talking about.
Those are really good points. Thanks, everyone. I'd like to, and everyone's been using some great language through to the discussions. I'd like to get specific on what words do we want to use to describe as we think about either the arrival sequence and coming in on the site from driving or flying in. What words would you describe that we can kind of put down in our design mind as we move forward?
I'll start off with wow.
Wow.
That's not fair, Wade. You read my mind.
Yep,
You saw me raise my hand and you read in my mind. Here's the feeling. I try not to jump in because I have a tendency of talking too much. So I have to wait to be caught on. It's kind of like at home at the dinner table, with the kids. I still remember the feeling. This is it. It's what is the feeling people have?
Yeah.
And I still remember the first time I flew into Jackson Hole through the Grand Tetons. I can't tell you what words I said, but I know how I'm smiling inside really big right now. I remember how I felt, and it was even more than wow. It's something I've carried with me. I bet it was 1988, the first time I flew in to Jackson Hole for a medical conference. I still feel that. And you know what I want to do? I want to go back there, and I've been back 4 or 5 times. Now I've driven in, I flew in once and I've driven in, but I want to go back because that's how it grabbed me. I remember nothing about the terminal. I just remember coming in. So that's the feeling I think we want to create, that it's memorable for decades in someone's life. Right, Wade?
That's beautiful, Don.
Thank you. Now I'm going to lower my hand and be a good boy for a while. City Manager Adams is going to say, I wish you'd do that on Tuesday nights. We get home early.
I'll add to that because I actually have to tell you, when our kids were younger and we would drive down I-25 and kind of come over now where Embassy Suites is and we'd look eastbound, I always told my kids, I said, you guys, that's incredible. Look at that view. It's not the Tetons, but it's like it's it is a wow moment. I always used to tell them that's the money shot right there. When Colorado loses its view sheds like that, when we lose that, it's a different state. And so Don, has inspired that in me. I actually still, when I see those mountains on that beautiful day, to me, you can have that impression on people so we've got a backdrop that's pretty incredible. So that resonates with me, Don. I appreciate you saying that.
We got a bunch of feedback on chat. Helene from Ambient Energy said, I got that same feeling flying into Mammoth Lakes. Beautiful, small airport that really connects passengers with the immediate beauty of the surroundings. Tom said, other words, innovative, dynamic, future bold. Kelly said, productive. We balance hard work, pioneering background with happy/fun. And Alicia from IBE at CSU said, convenient, nice and easy. If I think of going to DIA, I say, if I could fly in and out of a smaller, easier, more convenient airport that is 15 minutes from my house, that would be a wow. And Troy Bliss says, majestic.
Ooh.
Oh, I got one more from James Hayes, sorry. Home or comfortable? For the most part, air travel is a miserable experience for most. Getting through the terminal or arriving home should not be part of the misery. Oh, I gotta agree with that, especially with little kids.
Yep. Yeah. And Don, and some of these words, it reminds me of that word of intimate, right? You feel like you're coming into the small airport. You feel like you're at home. It's comfortable. It's not intimidating. Easy, family friendly. And that all starts to encourage more and more people to use that airport, right? I know when my family and I, when we go to Southern California, do we fly into LAX? No, we go to Burbank. It's easy. We know, you start to, I think more and more people start to hunt out these smaller airports. And because they,
awful.
Don.
So there's another expression besides the wow thing we got. There's something that I work with people all the time when I'm working with companies and whatever. People want to feel safe.
Yeah.
Now, we often think of safe as, the streets and the seat belts. I'm sorry?
Are you reading the chat? You're not supposed to cheat.
No. Is that on the chat?
Okay.
Where's that?
You and Kelly are thinking the exact same wavelength.
Oh, well, Kelly and I kind of come from the same background, the business environment, and having to work with a lot of people. But let me continue for just a second on that. And when I hear the word intimate, I mean safe in every aspect. That what I'm referring to is people feel okay.
The way he thinks.
They're comfortable. They're not stressed. They're not threatened. They're not confused. They're not disoriented. Instead, they feel in control, comforted, secure, emotionally and physically. So the physical we think of with police cars, but that makes some people feel unsafe in other ways. If you grew up in Chicago like me, saw a police car, you hit the ground. I mean, 68, you hit the ground before something hit you. But it's that overall feeling of when people feel okay, comfortable. That's the way I like to use intimate. They're open, they're relaxed. So that's another feeling besides the wow, to steal from Wade on that one, but it's another feeling you want to create. And how do you do that? Well, technology can do that, or technology can be used to hurt you. I mean, you go to a doctor's office nowadays, and let's imagine, well, even my age, you go to a doctor's office. Well, did you check in on UC Health? Did you check this record? Did you register here? It's like, my God, I got to have 5 apps to get my temperature taken. I mean, that's not a good feeling. So we say user friendly, but what does that mean? How does it make people feel? That's the theme I want to come back to. That's the important stuff, because that's what they remember. They remember, how did this experience make me feel, for the good or other negatives?
Just a tie into Don's comments from the chat. So Kelly said the same thing. These days, the word safe comes to mind. And then Darren added home, looking forward to that Rocky Mountain glass of water or beer. Scott Shorling added experiential. Let kids, families, and adults connect to aviation through some amenity. I've got two more, sorry. Diane Jones said it's the first feeling upon arriving here that they want to be here. It sets the perspective for the rest of the experience of being here in Northern Colorado. And then Aaron Ale said active recreation, pleasant climate, things like outdoor areas, playgrounds, walking paths.
Thanks, Sean. I wanted just to quickly point out, as we talk about what words we'd like to describe the new terminal, it might be worth just exploring what we don't want the new terminal to describe, because, as all of us have experience with flying in and out of Denver, I can tell you from personal experience, it's, high anxiety, especially when you are traveling with 3 kids that I have, a wife and, a minivan, and parking at the long-term parking, getting on the bus to get into the terminal, to check in for your queue, to go through TSA, to get on the people mover to get to the terminal. That's a very high anxiety. If you make it down I-25, with enough time to do all of that, it creates a challenging experience. Even though the facilities are nice, just the processing of that many people and all of the hoops that you have to jump through, really create a bit of a negative experience. Even though it's laid out in a really good way, it just factors into that perception.
Hey, Jason, someday you'll be a grandparent and that'll all go away. I want you to know, what I was thinking about was, you arrive and you're relaxed, or it's stress-free versus stressful. I actually, it's sort of, I've arrived, exclamation point, or we've arrived, if it's family or colleagues, and there's a positivity associated with it, rather than, now it all starts over again.
I've got several comments again on the chat, sorry. Brian Dunbar from CSU Institute for the Built Society added enticing yet calm. Kelly Jones added, it would be nice to be affordable and parking. Josh Burke said easy, simple, straightforward. And James Hayes from PDSC says, one of the things I used to hear about our existing terminal was how easy it was to find parking, how easy it was to get through security, and the lack of hassle to board the plane. There are lots of areas to improve, but those are items we don't want to lose.
James. And thanks for all the great comments. We can continue that conversation into the next part. And as we look at the case studies, think about those words and the feelings. This is where the sense of feeling starts to get crafted with the architecture, specifically the terminal itself. We're going to go through a few case studies. And as you look at these, think about, when you're seeing these images, what you like and what you don't like. Look at the flooring, the atmosphere, the ceiling, the spaces, natural light. Is the space light bright? Is it dark and moody? And start to look at it from that, almost like an interior design aspect. And then the exterior, how iconic is it? Is it high tech looking? Is it rustic looking? And we're going to start to transition the conversation somewhat into the architecture piece. We'll save some of that for the breakout group as well, but we'll spend the next 20 minutes looking at case studies, and then we'll take a break. As we know, well, Jason and his teams put together a case study list back in 2017 to look at just project size of other regional airports, the cost, and what type was it? Was it an expansion or a new terminal? The design team's aware of this. We've looked through this. We're aware of the costings and the budgets that they've used. Some of the images throughout that, for good, better, or bad. We've pulled some of those images here of, what are these other regional terminals that we're looking at? Some are more contemporary. Some are more like this Bellingham, Washington. Start to have this gable front. Other of them start to look like a Sam's Club. So what are we striving for as we look through these case studies? as the design team, we've looked at Eagle County. They've recently done an addition up there that is quite sophisticated. This was done by Gensler, and it starts to create that sense of place. Great connection, as you can see in the lower right, to the outdoors from the waiting area, and clean lines, integration of fireplace, hard surface mixed with soft surfaces, wood tones, a mix of metal and wood, and really plays off the architecture of the mountains. And then to Don's point, we've looked at Jackson Hole. They have a great facility up there. Again, exemplifies the region, right? Lots of wood. It's more dark and moody, uplighting onto the ceiling, large wood columns, textures throughout, and the integration of displays, to Kelly's point, integration of art, and integration of some additional art that talks about the region and Snake River, laser etched in some Core 10 panel. The Dubuque, Iowa terminal is very similar in the one that we're looking for Norco in its functionality, right? It's fairly new. It's LEED certified in sustainability, and the architecture here is more progressive. And I think Dubuque's very close to the home of Frank Lloyd Wright, and so they went with that prairie style that exemplifies the region as well. And you start to see that theme throughout, that terminals want to take on the mood and atmosphere of its community, and is the gateway for visitors as they come in, right? It's not just here's the takeoff spot for the natives to leave, but it's the front doormat for tourists coming in.
Hey, Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
The next version or iteration of this PowerPoint would be really helpful would be to see the combination of both the images and the spreadsheet. So it'd be really interesting to see what Cheyenne square footage costs were versus Jackson versus, and just as a reminder, keep us on track with our sort of assumptions from a budget standpoint as well. But I love it. Sorry to interrupt, but just having those numbers easily comparable would be really good.
Sure. And we can update that spreadsheet from 2017 because like Eagle wasn't done, Dubuque wasn't finished yet. So we can do some homework there to start to compare and put some more data along with it.
I do know off the top of my head, the Eagle Airport is 65,000 square feet. So a little over double what we're looking at.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So Cheyenne, this was
Darren?
recently.
Sorry, Chris. Darren, real quick. A lot of those were also just additions to facilities as well. So there's a lot of comparative differences that we also point out too, just to compare apples to apples here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just gonna make a note. Cheyenne's a great example. This one's is single story and easy parking, easy to get on and off out of the airport as well. Simple baggage claim and rental car facility.
And Chris,
Almira,
Chris, just as FYI, the commission did take a field trip up to the Cheyenne Airport, toured, and so that was an important part of our getting to where we are today.
Yeah. What were your takeaways from that tour? I'd love to hear some feedback on that. Pros, cons.
Well, they built out spaces for the future. They didn't have all the retail that yet, but I thought it was a nice facility that was really built for functionality now into the future.
I did too. I also took away that Kurt Bergner was gonna invest in it and maybe even build it. But So Kurt,
Yeah.
you all remember Kurt was a sort of an inspiration to think that way as well and to go up there and
Yeah.
check it out. So
That was good. Send out an RFI, Darren, I'll respond.
It almost looks like Darren's that guy in the top right, doesn't it?
Yeah, right here.
Diane.
Yeah.
Well, I would be
Looks
more
like
hunched over and like beat up.
And for reference, the Cheyenne Regional Airport is just over 28,000 square feet.
Oh, we got a comment from Diane Jones. Her takeaway from Cheyenne was that it was very functional but stark and cold. And then Alicia said she used to live by Mesa Gateway. One of the best things was the easy pickup drop-off area in front.
And do we know the emplacements that Cheyenne had or how much they spent? But they also, there was just thinking about the Rocky Mountain view that we have and some of the things that everybody states that we want to do. I think we have a little different scenario.
Yeah.
And we probably want the Cheyenne people coming down to visit our airport at some point and flying out.
And I think they would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elmira Corning, this one's in New York. This one's unique because it has a lot of curved elements to public seating features that engage interior courtyard spaces. And it allows for integration to views out, to the outside throughout the terminal. They look vast, but on floor plan, they're pretty intimate spaces. Again, very high tech look, kind of sophisticated furniture that probably exudes the region and what they're trying to capture there. The last one we're going to look at is not a terminal, but a flagship lounge. And in our research, this one is very fascinating in the fact that it felt really warm, inviting. You could hang out there for a while. It's not one of those that you'd want to come in and just leave right away. I think it creates that, warm sense of place that we wanted to share with everybody. So certainly these aren't the only ones we're looking at, but love to get feedback on the aesthetic, and to Diane's point, get feedback like that. That's architecturally, what do you like in some of these images, and we can go back, slide up and down as you need.
And Emily added that Elmira, the one that was prior to this, was 88,000 square feet.
When we look at those spreadsheets, I think it'd be good to look at emplanements. What's the passenger count going to be?
Yeah.
Population count, some of those things I think are an interesting statistic that would be important to us.
I think over time, what would be very helpful as well, not yet, but if we start thinking about other related uses, retail or restaurant, things like that, the viability of some of those businesses. I know, Wade referred to Sonoma County. I remember when I worked for the city of Santa Rosa back in the late 80s, that airport did struggle a lot. The wine industry has blossomed in the last 30 plus years, but it wasn't uncommon to see high turnover in the restaurants and some of the businesses that were there. So I can imagine, and I know other commission members as well can imagine, maybe some supporting businesses. And I think we should be very intentional and thoughtful about what it takes to launch those and then keep them sustainable for a period of time. Probably, without travelers, it's going to be really hard for them to be viable. One of the things that I was thinking about earlier was in the objectives statements that, we were talking about, how does it become an attractor for local visitors as well? So So when we have our grandkids, you know, would it be a place that we would take them down and there's a sense of place and the views and watching aircraft? Someone spoke to that, but I think that one of our objectives ought to be to drive traffic that's local traffic as well, because you know, just it's so important when we're talking to retailers. You know, traditional retail is quickly traditional, not retail, but traditional retail is quickly diminishing. But it's really the entertainment related retail and sense of place kind of retail that seems to be what's so attractive right now. And I'll tell you, with the active airport and the kinds of view sheds, that really creates the possibility of a sense of place and interactive and entertaining. So sorry, that was long-winded, but when I see the businesses, we need to be very, very, very sure that, you know, 18 months later, there aren't vacant retail spots.
Yeah.
Diane?
I grew up primarily in the Portland area and Portland, Oregon. And people used to come out, there was a truck, a popcorn truck, and people would come out on Marine Drive, which got the Columbia River on one side and the airport on the other side. And people would come out with families and they would sit there and watch the planes come in and out. It wasn't a fancy restaurant, but there were people that did that for generations. And so I look at this and I know it's going to be a challenge to try and figure out how you bring, how you have, you know, some eateries or a pub or something like that where people can come out from the community as well as people that are traveling. And the challenge is that with the security stuff and how you go back and forth. But I think to a lot of us saying, okay, it's a challenge, but how can we figure that out? But I think having amenities like this will also draw people from the community to be supportive of the facility and supportive of not only the air travel, but you know, the surrounding that we've talked about. But it's going to take something that really is going to draw people and they feel really comfortable, and they'll bring, you know, their visitors out here, whether they're the visitors are flying in and out. But it can be really a gateway as well as a community draw. And part of it, I think what Darren was saying, would be the types of businesses that are also at the airport. One other side note, in Portland, there's a store called Made in Oregon, and that's very popular with both tourists as well as people that fly in and out. But it's really highlighting the products that are made in Oregon or, you know, in the communities. And that might be a way to really have, again, the interest from the community if they're providing the products and some of the services.
Got a ton of comments on the chat. So Kelly said, maybe corny, but a lodge-like feel with fireplaces could embody that Colorado vibe. We had two who agreed with her. Diane said, I agree with Kelly, especially as people come into the area during the cooler seasons. Gina Gonzalez with Ella Ferrari also agreed with Kelly. The lodge feeling is much more a Colorado vibe. And then Alicia said, some areas for families with kids and possibly pets can be important at smaller airports because you end up waiting for your flight a little longer with much less time spent in TSA and moving throughout the airport. Josh Burks added, I like the aesthetic of Jackson Hole, Dubuque, and the flagship lounge of Alaska Airlines progressive/modern architecture, but with lots of natural materials that convey innovation and homeliness. And then last one is from James Hayes saying, I agree with Darren on driving traffic to the airport/terminal that may or may not be purely commercial aviation related. Entertainment, ? Plane viewing, playground, restaurant, meeting areas. How can we use this space? Oh, I gotta scroll down. How can we use this space outside of the 2 flights per day we're estimating?
I'll just build on some of those comments. You know, I think about, you know, creating more activation models of, for example, dining, you know, and not to, you know, focus in like on food trucks, but things that can actually activate at the time you actually need it activated, instead of creating a static space that you have to, it's a cost, it's costly, but how do you create activation at times when you need it, and it creates that sense of place and so forth. Could also, coupled with that, have a grab and goes and those sorts of things, not to always have some level of service there. And I think incorporating inexpensively exterior space for events and other sorts of things where I think we think within the walls, but also concerts or other things that could be created there just because of, like Diane was talking about, that it becomes its own place for certain kinds of things. And so I think thinking about it, activating not something that has to be staffed 24/7 and therefore hard to sustain as a business, but thinking about it in partnership and other ways.
And I think there's a great opportunity because there's going to be, potentially 2 flights a day to start. You have downtime to allow for community engagement. And with the phenomenal site, I mean, when the design team, when we've been out there, you just find yourself lingering and just kind of waiting around, and pace of life starts to slow down. And it's, studies show that when you are looking at these long views, you start to dial, your brain starts to go deeper into the kind of the subconscious, and allows you to start to think in different ways. And that sense of place out there, we want to certainly capture the opportunities of the site and allow, we know this isn't going to be a huge flight operation right out the gate, but how can we bring more awareness to the local communities to get out there and engage in the airport property? I think it's fantastic, and I appreciate everybody's open-mindedness to do that. We do have one poll question, and it's pretty straightforward, just to gather information out of these, and we can run back through them. Oh, I think we have another slide.
Last comment on the chat, if that's okay if I read that off real quick.
Absolutely.
So Diane said, outdoor spaces have become so important with COVID. Thinking beyond COVID, hopefully people still gravitate to outdoor spaces even when traveling. I would also say that's really Colorado too. When you go to the breweries, they all have these great outdoor spaces.
Yeah.
And then warm indoor spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the winter.
And cool in the summer, right? Yeah.
But don't leave out breweries. It's in common with both warm and cold.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Brian said, I agree with Josh. Natural materials like the Butte and Jackson Hole and Diane's example, made in Colorado, will make it a welcome to Colorado expression.
Yeah.
Just a final thought from me on this. We talk about these designs and we like the warm, cozy lodge kind of feeling. And there's so many great examples in this presentation. We also have a lot of innovation, technology, brewing, music. I'm just trying to think about how, like, is there any way to go with more than one theme? Obviously that's hard to mix, but is there sections where that could blend in well? Maybe not. Maybe it all needs to be one theme, but from the inside, Northern Colorado they bring so much to the table that is to integrate it together. It'd be interesting. And then just one more thing is we bring up all these ideas and uses, and maybe people even just come in and look at the view and watch the airplanes. If security being a challenge there in other spaces we're talking about, again, I just want to bring up the 30,000 square foot, and is it big enough? And then our budget, just from a government standpoint and a fiscal, being conservative there, and again, the private deal. I mean, we want these things. I just think we need to be open to a larger budget and size. So.
Josh Burke's also added for the outdoor spaces to not forget the wind protection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and sun, we'll be going through that with sustainability. You know, we all want mountain views, but the western sun is always the one that's so brutally hot in the summer. So we want to be careful how we design that west facade.
I've got one more comment from James Hayes. As we talk, I often wonder if we are really thinking about two distinct building opportunities, terminal and community space.
Chime in with something? Hello.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah. Following on with what Kurt's saying there and a little bit with James, what I think of worth considering is a modern day version of San Jose, California airport circa 1990. I mean, I think we really need to understand our target market of today and then scalability and other things for the future as we grow and earn and continue to grow based on what we're earning and bringing in. And we really need to decide, it could be that this is going to be a business traveler hub first and foremost, like that San Jose airport was. And if you look at what it is now compared to what it was in 1990, that is amazing. So I really encourage that kind of thinking for this as well.
Yeah, Jerry, that makes a great point. There's going to be one of the breakout sessions talking about not just phasing, but kind of a little shift in expandability and what that looks like, so that as we go through this design, if the budget does grow and we're able to gain private funds, what comes next. So you have some diagrams for you to look at, for everyone to look at. But we do need to wrap up this section. We're going to wrap up with a couple poll questions and then take a 5-minute break and get back to it. So asking for some feedback based on these images. Which one's your favorite? Which one's your least favorite? And this isn't the end all be all, but it helps us with some data.
I'm just going to read this last comment from Diane too, while everybody's polling. Kurt sparked a comment. I've been in some airports where individual musicians and small ensembles play live music. It can be very soothing to the tired traveler. I think that's the last one for now.
One of the things that came to mind, this is Jared Bass with Dibble. I fly probably 6 or 7 times a month to different airports, and I get to visit lots of different airports. A couple we're working at and building, expanding, and I get to see all this firsthand. And it's funny to see how each airport, each community responds to what's going on right now, and how to stay alive, how to respond to the community, to the families, to the needs, the changing of the dynamics of the people. One of the things is, Denver is actually pretty responsive. They do listen and they do try. And I've noticed with little tweaks and touches that they make, and even with the pandemic and how there's so much space for those that haven't flown through Denver recently. If you do, you'll notice there's a lot of shut down areas, just no more restaurants and no more food, no more bars, things like that. And one of the things I noticed they did to respond to that is right as you leave or before you go into security, there's those little buggies that they brought in. That's Einstein Bagels. And it's literally like a little European buggy cart that can serve full service bagels, coffee, things like that. And as I sat there last time to listen to what people said. And people thought it was outstanding. They thought it was the greatest thing they'd ever seen. And it was just a little buggy parked right in a 15 by 15 square foot area. And that was one of the funnest things that they'd seen in an airport. So, and I took it, you guys were talking about food trucks. I was like, man, how cool would it be if we had a innovative door that just allowed food trucks to come in and out and turn that to airport, and going back to what Kurt was saying is, hey, what if we had a system in place that all of a sudden we could turn it into a nightclub? Not that we want to do that, but I'm just like, that'd be kind of fun to do, like, oh, let's bring in a food truck and have a food truck this time. But it's things like that that'd be kind of cool.
Diane, oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Oh, Diane had a question. She said, also to Jerry's comment, business travel may be very different post-COVID. What are the futurists saying? And then James Hayes responded, non-commercial traffic has exploded. Who knows how long that will last?
Yeah. I think those are good questions. I think the jury's still out on some of that stuff. There's lots of speculation online that as far as terminals, programmatically, they're not changing. It's more the technology and cleanliness and operationally it's changing. So
more touchless type.
Yeah, more touchless type things, doorless type things, so.
Kelly Jones says Travel Association says 46% of folks won't fly until herd immunity. What's the current projection into
We have till July 2024 for herd immunity to occur.
Nice.
Good point, Chris.
Yeah.
Part of the futurist conversations is, are we going to the hub and spoke? Are we going more regionally? And, and how that's going. During the COVID, I've heard more people doing like the boutique air route where, it costs more, but it's more to one's own schedule and convenience and health and those kinds of services. So, and I think how transportation will change, with urban air mobility and things like that. So, I think there's a lot of question marks about, but I think there'll always be strong air services, but just how they're characterized and conducted, and how do we support that?
Well, thanks for all the feedback. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's come back at 3:25, and we'll. What's going to happen is we're going to just automatically put people in breakout groups, and then Russ, Reed, myself, and airport staff and Dibble, we're the ones that are going to move to the different breakout groups. So participants, you guys are going to stay in your own group, and then the kind of facilitators will pop to each one. We'll spend 25 minutes in each one. And then we can't utilize polling in each breakout group. So start to take some notes in there, and then we'll do polling after we've gone through the 3 different rooms. After about an hour, come back and do a few more questions. So thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Chris.
Steve, I missed the return time. Oops, I missed the return time. Russ, do you know what he said?
3:25, Darren.
Yeah, 3:25.
All right, I'll put it in the chat.
Dude runs a.
No.
Quick bathroom break, very quick.
Yeah. All right.
I can't
remember that, Chris.
I can't give you an extra minute.
Nope, Chris, I'm going to remember. It's a long season, my friend.
Oh, I barely made it. Okay.
You're doing a great job, Sean.
Oh, thanks. I went ahead and responded to James's question about mountain aviation, Jason, on the chat. Oh, okay.
All right, we'll wait a couple more seconds here.
Ah.
All right, we appreciate everybody's participation. I think the conversation's been really insightful and seeing a lot of nodding heads, which is good.
Oh, okay, wait, let me see. Shoot.
We have everybody? I think so. So Emily has put together breakout rooms for all of us to go into. She's assigned everybody into small groups, and small group is a great way to get more conversations, more input from a variety of people at just a smaller scale. So we'll spend 20 minutes in each room, and there's automatic timers on there. If people, we've had times where people have gotten booted out or stuck in the internet, not in the main session or in the in a small breakout room. So if that happens, it might boot you off. Just log back in or put a message in the chat, and we can. Emily's going to be monitoring and get you in a correct room. So look forward to the next hour of kind of bouncing between the three rooms.
All right, opening all the rooms.
All right.
So are we assigned to a room to begin with?
Yes, you should have an invitation to join a room.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Kelly, Scott, and Don, are you able to join a breakout group? Hi, Don.
Hi.
Are you
Emily,
able to?
thank you.
Are you able
It's
to?
a crazy day. It's a crazy day, so I appreciate tolerating me. I am getting a ton of
Oh
issues.
yeah, of course. So right now we are going to jump into a breakout room. Do you have an invitation to join a different group?
Aspen. This is a rendering of one of their planned additions. And what is this? You know, they're starting. What's the architecture language in aviation? And then we were able to work on the Loveland hangar with Kurt and Nancy Richardson. And we bring this up because it's adjacent to the site. It's visible on the site from the property. And it starts to develop a language within that airport. And then we also want to show, again, the slide about Northern Colorado architecture. And it's this evolution from traditional into more contemporary, modern, almost like the glass box. You start to see the integration of a lot of natural materials, natural local sandstone and brick, and how that's woven between glass and metal to give it a little more 2020, 2021 sense of place. So for us, architecturally, it's, the building certainly starts to set the tone, but it's really about the building and how it integrates into the site. And love to get you guys' feedback. We pulled together some imagery that spans in the aviation world between traditional in the upper left down to the very contemporary in the lower right. And then kind of it's a blend between. Unfortunately, we can't do polling live, but we'll have polling questions that refer back to this slide at the end outside the breakout group to get your guys' feedback on kind of priorities of which ones you like and which ones you don't. But love to open up the discussion in a deeper sense of what, in Don's point, that feeling, that sense of place that Darren has talked about, gets more feedback from you all on that in regards to how does that architecture, what's that want to look like?
Don, go ahead.
Well, here's a challenge. How do we have it fit with not just the present, but the future, but in a way still carry an element of this is an airport. For instance, we have a virtual tower. And when you see an airport, you see a tower. And we don't have a tower. So is it an airport or not? And even some of these others. So is there a way architecturally to capture the innovation of the virtual, but still this, when you drive by the building, there's some symbol, some resemblance to the fact that this is an airport. Really cool airport, but it's an airport. And I know people think, well, airports are boring and they're old and they're noisy and they're smelly and the air's bad and there's a lot of traffic and there's a ton of, congestion and all the negatives. We remove that because we're Colorado, but they still know, wow, that's the connection to the past. It's an airport. So I don't know how to do that. I don't know if it's built in the design, like part of it looks like a tower, even though it's not, or is it something else? But that's kind of in my mind. Because people would say, wow, that's really cool.
If I could just add into that, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I'm Gina Gonzalez. I'm the ARF engineer, the firefighter here at the airport. And I live right next door to Jason. He's right over there.
Nice.
The office next door. Sorry, I missed the first hour. I was doing some fire stuff. But just to maybe throw out, some of the conversations that Jason and I have had, and knowing kind of, where the history of this airport has been, and fire has been part of it for a long, long time, is that I think the remote tower makes this so special that we do have a remote tower, and maybe we don't need the tower look to make us be super, super special. And I think the reason building a tower is just so much extra money. I just thought I'd throw that out there that, maybe we don't need to spend the money on that and be able to really spend it on just how special we are. I'm a CSU alum and I've lived up here for a very, very long time. And just to throw my thoughts out as I think, downtown Loveland and downtown Fort Collins and even CSU and even, I mean, the Otterbox hangar, they resemble and they really say who we are in the Northern Colorado area. I think those types of architecture. So just thought I'd throw that out there. I think too is that even making the entrance into this airport, I've been the ARF engineer out here for 3 years now, and the entrance to this airport, I think, could really make a huge difference on how this, how we're seen as an airport. Just like you said, driving down here, it feels like you're driving into an industrial area, and if we could really make the entrance into here so much better, I think that'll really, really help with that, Don.
Yeah, Gina, I think those are great thoughts. I appreciate you sharing that. I have a logistical question, Chris. In the future polling that we're going to be doing, are we going to need to remember these images and the numbers?
No, we'll pull the slide back up.
All right, good.
Because I know, typically the average human can only remember 7 items instead of 9 or 10. So, no, just kidding.
Well, I'm worried about 3.
There will be a pop quiz at the end.
Okay,
good. Yeah.
So
no, thanks there.
So
and
do you
Emily,
want? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Emily, are you recording the session too?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Sorry. Kelly, did you want to say something? You had your hand up.
As far as your question on exterior, I really love glazing in the windows and all of these airport examples. And I know that we're trying for LEED, and that's hard to get LEED points unless it's changed with a lot of glazing. But if someone could answer that, because I think it's really critical to have our views be just as much window and glazing as we can afford. That would add to the, making the place spectacular.
Okay.
So this is Alicia from IBE, and I just wanted to mention a couple of comments. So my thoughts on the idea are that I see potential opportunities for sustainability synergies and strategies everywhere. And so my initial thinking on a tower, and especially in light of the net zero or net positive energy goals that we might have, is that we could maybe look into how a tower could be a passive solar tower or something like that, something that's really innovative and really cool, and sort of tells that story of innovation. And then my other idea is that the glazing, I think we're going to have to be careful in terms of our sustainability goals with the glazing on the west side. Obviously, like, this building is probably going to have like the best view of Rocky Mountain National Park, and it's going to be spectacular and awesome, and we need to capture that. But like Chris mentioned earlier, that western sunlight is so hard to control, and it's not just about that light coming in so intensely. That sunlight is going to really impact all of our energy goals as well.
I think the blessing too is the site isn't exactly due west. We do have some angle towards the south, which isn't really perceived, but it starts to angle towards, Rocky Mountain National Park and the mountains that are really, really a captivating view. I do like the idea of somehow creating a tower that's integrated into like a sustainability feature. It starts to become a beacon as far as visibility from, the area. One from vehicular, but also the plane, the western side looking back onto the airport, and from the air, right? And it could be seen from above as well. But yeah.
Hey, Paul, you're usually really quiet, but you have brilliant ideas.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna call on you. What are your thoughts about this stuff? You've been with us the entire meeting, and you bring a design eye and a planner's perspective. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks, Darren. So I really appreciated the slide that came before this. I thought you did a great job of capturing all of these, different buildings in northern Colorado, and kind of seeing some of the things that were unifying about them and the things that were different. And what stood out to me from that slide was the mix of kind of traditional earth-based materials, lots of brick, and then the glass and the metal. And the projects that we see, private development coming through in Fort Collins, call upon those palettes a lot, and are finding ways to kind of walk that balance between something that's very traditional and also contemporary. So I guess my thoughts, I'll disclaim it by saying that I used to live in Grand Junction. And so I saw that photograph in your presentation as well of the Grand Junction airport there. And that was very, very brick heavy building, not nearly as beautiful as the kinds of examples that you've got, on the slide with the numbered options. But what I recall about it is that it's really important to that kind of feeling of home that we talked about, right? That whatever that earth-based or traditional building material is that makes its way into the design of the building is really important. And that's something I remember about coming into that airport. It was kind of this feeling of returning home, and hopefully the team can use that play of materials to speak to some of the values that were talked about by the commission at the beginning of the meeting.
Thanks, Paul. From a planning standpoint, Paul, as far as opportunities and amenities, I'd love to get your feedback as we move through the slides here, just to look at your thoughts on integration of some of these other amenities into the architecture. Is there anything else anybody notices about this no-code architecture slide that they'd like to point out? I saw Gino shaking her head when Paul was talking.
Just wanted to mention, you've got the Warner edition on there. It's like on the page you have right now. It's on the second over on the bottom from the left. And to me, if you go back to those other airport buildings that you had with the numbers on them, that's like a really good mix between number 7 and number 4. And it reminds me a lot of, I think what they're calling, it's mostly in custom homes, but they're calling it like mountain modern, so this kind of like, it's got that lodgy feel, but it's also really modern. And so I just wanted to point that out.
So Chris, one of the things I thought would make this terminal a little bit different and unique, and we have the opportunity to do it, is, and it goes to a comment that what Paul said kind of struck a chord with me, is how can we bring the outdoors to the indoors? So when people are leaving Colorado, they enjoyed the outdoors. They were here, for family and for outdoors, probably for the main reason. And, so to me, that would be something really unique and different if we can somehow bring the outdoors to the indoors. I know that you and I have talked about another terminal we're working on, how we've got that like a landside courtyard on the inside that's got some very unique characteristics to it that can be used for expandability later on, for a different, multi-purpose type area. But I was interested to see how many people were going to talk about the lodge, the wood, the cabin type feel, and I was wondering if that's where we were going to head. And I'm not certain we are. I'm not certain that's what I've heard. It sounds like it's more innovative and more futuristic, that they're more attracted to right now. So that I just wanted to throw that outside and throw that out to the group here and get their opinion on that idea of the outdoors on the indoors. Is that something that would be intriguing?
Well, that's a great question. What you made me think about, Jared, is, so this is really, really crazy, but right in community building, the role that open space and public plays is really important. And in Fort Collins, we say that when we're built out, you'll be within a 10-minute walk of either open space or green space or a park or something. So crazy, and maybe this is way out of the box, but what if we thought of this as also a regional park? So bear with me for just a second. That it became a destination, and there happens to be an airport there as well. And part of the reason why I say that is that also frees up some potential funding that Loveland collects and Fort Collins collects. So one of the things that, and again, Jared, indoor, outdoor, playful, what I was thinking about is, I remember when our kids were younger, when we went to Pearl Street, everyone loved climbing on those rocks and climbing on, even in Old Town Fort Collins, they loved climbing on the bear. And, but what if we thought about this being a community green space somehow? So I don't know. Community parks are 100 acres, and in our standard, they're 60 to 100 acres, and they usually take $20+ million to build. There's what's called neighborhood parks as well, which we have 40 some of those throughout the community. So what if, and for those of you who know Fort Collins, a really non-traditional neighborhood park, believe it or not, in our portfolio is Oak Street Plaza, where there's fountains and there's music playing there and events and different things like that. But what if we thought about it as a very unique, innovative neighborhood park?
Yeah.
I think
it's, oh, go ahead, Alicia.
I just wanted to say, I kind of like that idea. I think something that we do need to think about how it can play out in these spaces, both indoors and out, is just that there's going to have to be secure and marked differences between the public, where anybody can go space, and you've already gone through to a TSA space, right? So, yeah. I think there's ways that you can have those ideas of public and semi-public spaces and carry some of those elements through and that kind of thing. But I just think it's something we need to think about really carefully when we're considering these things.
Well,
I think what Darren is thinking about is, at least the way I understood it from you, Darren, is this isn't in the terminal. This is adjacent to, right. And it starts to, when you go out there, the number of employees in those businesses walking around at lunchtime is wild.
That's right.
Like people from Hawk and the distribution company and the food bank and even just workers, employees at these private hangars, they're walking around. If they had a destination to go to at a park that's adjacent to the terminal, it would help drive, another layer of community engagement.
Maybe I digress a little bit, but maybe it's more about the complete site there, and maybe it's not terminal necessarily, but if we're really talking about future space, if I'm a design team and I'm thinking, whoa, wait a minute, if there's some park play adjacent to, that really gives me some real opportunity. But so fair enough. I actually, and I preface my comments by saying it's a brainstorm idea and it could be crazy.
I do think it's intriguing though to think about that in the terminal as well. Like that's an opportunity for a regional airport that somewhere like DIA doesn't have,
Yeah, I agree.
We just have to make sure that we recognize that it would have to be almost entirely xeriscaping because we can't have any trees and birds, because obviously birds are really bad for planes. And even just having bunnies around, you wouldn't believe how many times I hear the guys running out to have to go chase a coyote off the runway. And so
Okay.
that's kind of what, kind of keep that in mind.
I hate to cut everyone off, but it looks like we are finished with this session. I'm going to go ahead and move Chris and myself into a new group. And then you will be talking about site next.
Darren, bring that point up with Russ.
Yes.
I thought we move. You guys,
You
so
are-
they
you are
moved
staying
from us.
where you
Okay.
are.
I didn't know I was with you guys the whole time. Now I got to be a little, I'll back off a little bit.
I know, right? Jared, I'm moving you as well. All right, now I just have to juggle everyone.
You just drew the short straws, Darren.
Well, I think you guys drew the short straw.
No, I'm the short guy. You're taller.
Hey, Don, I had a great meeting with your city manager today. I'm going to tell you this. He is a great guy to work with. I really, really enjoy Steve. He's a great partner.
Well, I know he appreciates your
lucky to have
relationship,
him with us.
your experience, and just the way you guys work together on things. I know there's always touch and go issues, but I hear the same thing in return, Darren. And you know, we don't interact as much as we used to, but thank you.
I was going to say, we didn't get the countdown. So Wade was in the middle of a really inspired comment, and all of a sudden, boom. I just wanted to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I posted in the chat, so it must not have popped up. So keep an eye out for the chat. I'm posting a 60-second remaining time.
Okay.
I can also post, 5 minutes left as well.
What is our time with this group? How much time do we get?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I am jumping to the next group. Bye.
I'm going to. I have a.
Because
yes. Okay. Yeah. All the diagrams, everything you're seeing today, we're sending out. So. So for us, sorry to switch gears so dramatically. I know that's kind of abrupt change coming in and out of the Zoom rooms, but architecturally, one of the things that we're looking at is, what does aviation architecture look like in Colorado? We've looked at the Springs, DIA, Grand Junction, Aspen. We know there's Pueblo and some other facilities, and what types of architecture, just what's out there, and what do we want this terminal building to exemplify in its architecture in the region. You've seen this slide before, but I think it's a good reminder of Northern Colorado is this true integration of history, old 120-year-old buildings with the new, start to display innovation as well. At the end of these breakout rooms, we're going to have voting polls, and we'll show the slide again, so you don't need to remember them. But looking at architecture, want to get your input on what do you like, what do you dislike, as far as what do you want this terminal building to look and feel like. All the way from the left, more traditional, upper left, migrating down to the more contemporary, the one on the lower right. Two materials, very, very formal in its modern approach. So we'll get into that. And also on the interior, we'll do a polling question. Again, from the traditional on the left, see Bozeman down here, lower left, Cheyenne, Eagle, and get some more specific feedback all the way to, very white on white, very contemporary detailing. What does this want to be? And we're here to get your input on those. And then other amenities, as we look at the building itself, if we have the funds, what does that want to do as far as history wall, art, child friendly? I'd like to spend some time here to get your guys' feedback on where do you see the priorities? Observation deck. I'm surprised that restaurant hasn't come up more in previous discussions about alternative use out there. in the previous discussion, we talked about, is there a park that's integrated into the parking lot somehow to drive community traffic and bring people out? In pretty big picture thinking. So love to hear from Michael or Kurt. Lori, you've been quiet all day.
Diane brought up in the earlier breakout that about the restaurant, and I think a lot of people have mentioned that actually. It's just the difficulty with having the secured side and the side that's open to the public, because we'd want a restaurant that would be able to serve the local, population as well as the traveling population.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that could be successful. I'm kind of, I want all these things. So,
that's good.
Naming right. Naming right.
I know. Darren's gonna hit me with funding again. I know.
That's all right. I think it's okay to be aspirational.
Listen, I keep bringing up if we bring a private partnership in, there's so many examples of where, a P3 type deal works. And I guess I'm going to be staying on that and saying, what can we do? And I actually think it lessens the risk from some of the financial standpoint. Mm-hmm. And I mean, yes, some of these are probably more important than others, but I know, like, coming from the private business, a little different, but why can't we do it all if we get into a partnership and with the right company? All these things would be nice, obviously.
Bergener Terminal.
I like Kurt's thinking.
No. Sure. I don't need the name, but yeah, sure.
Bergener Gateway Sculpture.
Yeah, no. Sure.
I don't want to get too nuts and bolts, but as the facilities guy, that's going to have to maintain a lot of it.
Yeah, that's true.
I would keep the wood grain up above head level. I think this facility is going to have a lot of wood in it. Is just kind of, that's what I feel like it wants, but it's really hard to maintain that when people damage it. It's really hard to match it and fix it. So I'd like to see that. I like some of the previous slides where a lot of that wood grain's up on the ceiling, up above head level, and you give me a lot of stuff down where people are going to run into it with stuff that I can maintain. That, to me, that's a big piece for us.
Smart point.
That's a good point, Michael. Maybe, I mean, for natural wood, obviously, there may be some other materials that, I mean, we want to use probably real natural wood, but there's probably other materials that are wood-like that are more resistant to that.
Yeah, as long as they're resistant and replaceable. I mean, we get panels in buildings that, one, you can't take them off without taking the entire stairwell apart.
Yeah.
And two, you can't match the stain to fix the scratches in it. And so, now what was a really good idea is a $50,000 repair for the citizens, which makes no sense. So
agreed.
So I think that, Michael, you have a really good point, because these are facilities that get a lot of public use, and hopefully they'll get even more. So the materials and the durability is going to be, I think, really important. In terms of the amenities, I think that a couple of things we've talked about, both the traveler and the community. And so having the spaces that there's interest, whether that's, like the restaurant bar or the photo of the people sitting out in the sun. Colorado is known for its sun. And so again, a lot of travelers come here for the sunshine. And if there's a small way while people are waiting, to be able to access the outdoors, that would be, I think, a real amenity. Also, I think one of the things that struck me, my comment about the Cheyenne Airport being so stark, is that there's nothing on the walls, or there's nothing to really draw interest. And I think that we could partner with like Loveland artists, or to have, displays that get changed out periodically and show both the history and the culture and the area. So people who come in and curate those displays, you know, that brings them in, as well as having information about the area that could be featured in a number of ways. And then thirdly is the comfort. I think of, I was recently in DIA with COVID. People are kind of spread out, but they've taken away half of the chairs. And if you have, you know, if you're waiting, and it's so uncomfortable. And so again, thinking of families and comfort, what can we do again in durable materials, or, you know, that makes the wait, even though it might be short or it could be a little longer, makes that pleasant. And again, people come away saying, that wasn't so bad that I had to wait in the airport.
Thanks, Diane.
Mhm.
Lori?
Sorry, I had someone at the door,
Oh, you're good.
so I missed that.
Oh, I was just saying, did you have any comments in regards to kind of amenities or architecture aesthetic?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love the idea of the restaurant, and the observation deck, like we've been talking about, the view would just be amazing, and taking advantage of that would be great. Yeah, I like the idea of the wood. I take Michael's, you know, comments make a lot of sense. So I don't know. I think there's so many great ideas and a lot of opportunities. So that's about all I have to add.
Question with one of the amenities, Chris, on the pet friendly, because you guys were mentioning in the previous previous breakout, Diane and somebody else, oh, I think it was Kurt, they were talking about pet friendly areas and stuff. Wouldn't that also kind of play into a little bit of an ADA, you know, accessibility thing? Because people with actual service animals that need to have access.
I mean, there is a requirement that we do need a pet relief area.
Yeah, yeah, for true service animals. I'm not talking about the comfort ones, but yeah.
Yeah, there'll be one, absolutely, along with, you know, family restroom will be mandatory on both sides, air side, land side. So those types of amenities, it's more like,
Or like a nursing room or something, I think you mentioned before too, right? Or something.
yep, yes. Or Michael, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'll jump in one more time here. So Ken and I just were part of finishing up the Regional Training Center, which also faces west. And I definitely think, I mean, we finished that to be an expandable property, both up and out. And it worked really well. It was very cost effective. And now we're ready to, you know, almost double the size of that with very limited funding needed because the floors and the structure's already there. And I will attest, the views are amazing out of that facility. The campus manager of that facility has the best office in the city. I mean, and then when we go up to the roof, we didn't finish that out yet, but those classrooms, when we finish those, if we get a chance to build them, are going to be a huge draw, not only for police officers, but everybody's going to want to have meetings out there. So I'd say, please let us know. Ken and I will set you up. We'll take you over and get you on the roof and show you what the views will look like when this is done. I think that'll be helpful to your visioning process.
Thanks, Michael.
I think what Michael is saying is incredible. To my example, I helped to host a group a year ago, and they were international folks. They were work on drone regulations. Anyway, we ended up at the Translational Medicine Institute over by the vet center, because it was the only place that we could get with the kind of technology. And to a person, unsolicited, because the room faced the mountains, unsolicited, every person said that was the best conference facility they'd been in a long time. It had both the technology as well as the view shed.
So that should definitely be in our amenities here. If, you know, just thinking about that, should meeting rooms be part of this list right here?
Yeah.
For sure.
I saw that as conference center. Is that okay? Within what you perceive that to be.
Oh yeah, you got there. Oh yeah, conference
Yeah.
center. Yep, I was
Yeah.
missing that. Sorry, Chris.
I mean, it's a revenue source, right? I mean, who wants to be in a conference room that has no windows?
No windows, a banquet room.
Nobody.
Can we? There's no regulations where we can't do that and compete with. Not that we want to compete with some of the businesses that have meeting rooms, but that we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And the groups are becoming so international that at least in a couple of instances, we need microphones so that they can communicate, with people that are offsite, as well as translation facilities.
Yeah.
It's almost like the UN.
I'm not saying we need things like this, but I've been to business deals where someone flies in, or I fly somewhere, and we're just doing it to have a I know there's Zoom and everything now, but we have an in-person meeting as close as we can get to the airport. And they sometimes fly back out an hour later.
Right.
So those are kind of more private, maybe meeting rooms. Not that we can't put everything here. I know that, but
yeah,
some things that happen. And I was going to say for the kids, kids need interactive, I think, displays and stuff like that. So I see we got this like aviation history picture on here. But how do you get a kid's interest that might be being rambunctious, or maybe we're just cool with them staying on their cell phone too?
I was thinking of like the interactive like playgrounds that they have, where they have how they have the projector games that they put on the walls and the floor, like they have at the Children's Museum in Fort Collins.
Yeah, they need to get their wiggles out before they get on the plane.
Yeah, before they get on the plane.
Now they're hitting the walls and floor though, so we just make sure that's easy to clean and easy to replace.
I also had a thought. Ames teaches air traffic control and a lot of other stuff. Why not see if they're interested in putting in some money and having a classroom here?
That'd be cool.
Where people can see them training and learning, and then you engage all these little travelers of, hey, that's cool. I can see me doing that.
Yeah,
I think it's a benefit for both Ames and the facility.
That could inspire. Yeah, that could inspire some young kid to become a pilot, or we need people get into those professions. So that's a great idea.
We've got a 5-minute warning remaining. I was just to tie into your guys' comment. I remember my dad always talking about growing up, being able to go to the airport and just be able to people watch. Now post 9/11, we don't really. I've never even heard of anybody just going to the airport just to sit there and watch. You really can't.
Yeah.
I think another comment to Michael's comment and to what he and Ken have done is using materials and so on that you could easily expand and change out, even floor patterns. I remember that a building I worked in, they used, it was either steel or aluminum studs rather than wood, because those were a lot easier to move if you had to make changes. But whatever the materials are, or however that works, I think Michael's point is really a good one for the expandability and trying to be mindful of costs.
Yeah, long-term costs.
Mm-hmm.
I want to share one more slide, last couple of minutes, talk about sustainability. As we striving for LEED Gold, we'll be having these conversations in greater depth, but one of the survey questions we'll go over today is like, which of these are most important to you from a user standpoint or from the stakeholder standpoint? We'll have you kind of vote. And the one on here, I think is 5th down, biophilic design. That's interior vegetation. It's studies shown that it improves the atmosphere, the vibe. It can help clean the air on the interior. I know it has a maintenance to it, but certainly it brings down that sterile quality and starts to enhance that comfort level and
No green
to
roof?
remove the stress. What's up?
No green roof, the ones where they have the plants on the roofs to help with the heat and all that.
I think we're worried about birds. I think we got birds.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in character here and say I want it all.
Yeah. Sounds good.
just kidding.
You can say that.
Yeah.
No,
There's some
Chris-
good stuff and some
Yeah.
buildings that we're redoing right now. We've got a 40,000 square foot office building that was vacant, and we're really thinking about some of these things, but also using surfaces that are antimicrobial, or that viruses can't live on, and stuff like that. I think is an important thing. Sunlight, solar rays. I mean, there's all these things are important. Daylighting, but
Or
I
what
also
about
think
what about
Go
with the LAX? What they're doing? They have the bio.
ozone.
Darn it. It's the same thing that they have at Liberty Commons Schools HVAC too. It's that
Ozone.
yeah, not ozone. It's gosh darn it. Look it
Sorry.
up now.
Does it
But so
kill-
it kills the viruses in the air
Viruses,
and
yeah.
on the surfaces.
Through the
And so
HVAC.
LAX has it in their
Yeah.
terminal right now.
Okay.
It's
So-
something ionic.
What's the biophilic design? What is that on this list?
That's
Oh, it's the green
vegetation on the
pieces
Oh, that's
inside.
the green. Okay.
Yeah, that's the green walls and plants on the inside.
Okay.
We have less than a minute remaining, and I'll be transferring the host out of the room.
So maybe a quick comment that I think that we have a research university here, and maybe there's a way to incorporate how to almost be a place where they can do some experiment from time to time.
That's a great idea. We should do that for sure.
Thanks, everyone. I will start transferring out.
Thank you for your comment.
Wow, that 20 minutes went fast.
It really did. I know. Alrighty.
That's it. Bipolar air ionization. That's it.
Yeah, we're looking at that technology for the city of Loveland. as
Yeah,
well.
my daughter's school uses it in the HVAC. They've been in session this entire school year, no outbreaks.
Wow.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, it's fairly simple to install. It's pretty cost effective. It doesn't wear out.
Yeah, the maintenance was supposed to be pretty good too on it. I was reading. It's really interesting. I guess LAX put that into their terminal, and it's supposed to have helped with that to keep it down too.
So this is the last one. We're going to get into architecture of the terminal, and love to get more feedback, detailed feedback. We're going to talk about style, aesthetic, and then jump into amenities and some sustainability. So we'll be following up like Reed was saying with the poll afterwards. But for the design team, this slide's really just to show the awareness. We're not just focused in on Northern Colorado architecture, but the Colorado aviation architecture. Obviously DIA, Colorado Springs, Eagle County, Aspen, Grand Junction, and there's a variety of other smaller airports like Pueblo. And then we wanted to show the Loveland hangar, which we were fortunate to work on, that sits adjacent to the site. It's not that far away. And just for us to be aware of the architecture and the style.
Is that OtterBox? Is that?
Yeah. Yes. So this is office facilities and kind of training, and then the hangar on the other side.
Yeah.
And notice, this upper deck, if you've ever been up there,
Yep.
the views up there are just unbelievable. So I know in the previous 2 breakout sessions, people have talked about how do we best capture the views and show the views from the terminal building itself.
I think that's actually very important that you put that out there, because that's in some ways the northeast corner of Lindbergh and Earhart, which is going to be the roundabout center for the entrance to the airport. And, if you look at that whole northeast corner, what that might look like and how it might blend, you've got raw ground there for one thing. You've got a smaller hangar, and then you've got one that's owned by Stryker. there's an opportunity there perhaps for everything to develop along a common theme, including the terminal in a complementary fashion.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jerry.
Good point, Jerry.
Yeah, good, Jerry.
Yeah.
I'd love to get some input from Troy, from the planning side, as far as architecture materials. What are you seeing coming in with City of Loveland as far as materiality? And we have a couple of comments about this slide.
Well, we're seeing kind of a diverse style of architecture throughout the community in general. Things are a lot different when you compare, downtown to some of our outer rural areas, so to speak, and even in comparison to what's being done in Centera. But, I do think that a lot of materials being used are complementary, or if not, specific to Colorado in general. So, a lot of the stonework that you see on some of the buildings, particularly there at the universities, are being mimicked throughout the community too, which I think is a nice element to maybe consider in terms of, the use of materials on a building, especially the terminal.
Yeah. I just build on that. So I have an office in the Scott building, which is the second from the left in the middle. That's a gold, if not a platinum. And they had to actually create some innovation there with regards to all the glass and to get the thermal envelope to the right point. And, I like a lot of things that CSU's been doing. CSU was always a very eclectic mix of a lot of different things, a lot of different periods and time, and there was really no architectural theme, unlike CU Boulder, and I think they've done a great job over the years to really bring in a lot of the flagstone and a lot of the and which is very much of a native a material from Stout and so forth, and the modern with a lot of the the shading kind of elements and utilizing passive solar and interesting design elements, like with the natural resources of Warner College, with the big pencil element there is interesting. And I like the patio. I've been to the Blue Ocean facility a number of times, and that top patio, maybe if we're not building the second floor, that could be featured in some way, in terms of the access to the outside and to the west and so forth. But, I think, and then you have the Richardson Design Center up in the upper right, which has a lot of nice elements too, and I think if we're, if when we organize our capital campaign, I'd like to have that conversation with Richardson's with regards to the terminal.
Yeah. It's a must for sure.
Yeah.
We are going to ask in the polling, based on exterior aesthetic, get some preferences. Here's a variety of styles of architecture, and the poll is really to gain feedback on what direction the team heads as far as look. And it wouldn't be exact, but it's what's the aesthetic that you prefer. So traditional in the upper left, starting to move down to more modern in the lower right. So we'll be able to see this slide in later on, so you don't have to memorize it, but we'll want to get your feedback on that. Also, we're going to do a polling question for interior aesthetic. Here again, it's the entire gamut of what we're seeing in the industry, from more traditional on the left to very contemporary, white on white, very elaborate detailing in some of these other big airport terminals.
Chris, just a question. So had an ongoing conversation with Darren for a city hall, new city hall, and really it's really constructed more of wood than it is of, and the kinds of things that you can do with wood in terms of curvilinear and other elements that, and I relate directly to, there's a library in Aspen that it's very much of a wood structure, as well as I think there is a terminal or something that recently opened, and I'd have to dig back into some of my notes, but and doing wood as a signature element, and not just as an accent element like in 8 or 7, but to really think about it as a building and structure, and as well as the wood aesthetic.
That's a great point. We've been talking with our structural engineer about cross-laminated timber, and it's really hot right now in the sustainability world and in the building world, because it's efficient. It has really long spans, and it's all pre-cut in factory and comes to site, with part number 1A, 1B, on and on and on. And this starts to have some wonderful sustainability features. Aesthetically, it's gorgeous. And DU KLNA, who's our structural engineer, just finished a building on the DU campus in cross-laminated timber. And it looks a lot like Image 8, where you get these bigger spans. It's and you can do the columns as well. So it's that's a good point.
And what I've seen with wood too, you can get the item like 9, where you get a lot of the curvilinear elements too that are structural and aesthetic, and in the overall architecture.
Yeah, these CNC machines are really doing some wonderful things for wood.
Chris, does the lead designation or certification that we're looking to achieve on the terminal building, does it have an influence over the types of materials that you can or may want to look at exploring on both the exterior and interior of the building?
Yeah, I think it will. I don't think it will limit the design. There's so many opportunities. There's so many choices out there, but I think it will help narrow the focus. And what we're hearing from people as far as integration of natural materials, and it really exemplified Colorado architecture anyways, that I don't see that as an issue. And LEED being as old as it is, even though it's still young, really was the catalyst for the building code and energy code to codify the LEED standards, right? So low VOC is huge with materials, and a lot of that now has to do with the processing during construction of recycling and other elements like that with materials. So the low VOC has been, manufacturers have been very responsive in that, and it's helped to drive change. So
that's good.
Yeah. Here's a slide just to talk about different amenity spaces. As we talk about expandability, and as the budget allows, where are we going to put these funds from? History walls and art, child-friendly activities, pet-friendly features, conference centers. In the other rooms they're talking about, is there a couple conference rooms that are up on the 2nd floor that you could rent out or on a future phase that helps drive revenue to the airport and drives more weekly traffic, restaurant and retail, and the observation deck. Northern Colorado is known for its sun. So how do we help, kind of get people with an observation deck? Let's get outside. So.
I particularly like the idea of the observation deck, and I think it ties into what Wade mentioned a moment ago about possibly, relating it to the OtterBox hangar and the beautiful views you can get. the key or a key to think about is the integration of any kind of an observation deck with security features and whether or not it would be aimed at passengers who'd already gone through security or those that hadn't, or if there's any way to combine the two, because that view, that's the $1 million view. And one of your earlier pictures emphasized glass walls, which I think are also important to expose that westerly view, particularly to passengers waiting to embark or just getting off.
Thanks, Tom.
I'm not sure but what you have both, you know, you can have one on the secure side and one on the non-secure side as things grow.
Yeah.
You know, and that's, I mean, because you raise a very good point there. It's almost like you have a, you know, come to the airport and see what aviation is all about for the general public and be on the non-secured side. And I'm not, again, all scalability, all over time, but designed with this in mind. But yet for the passenger on the secure side, you have stuff like this. You have something like this, perhaps a smaller area. I'll take that middle lounge chair. That one looks nice. And, you know, that's, the idea of business and conference center, you know, is this initially something, a compelling place for people to come and have a conference and not necessarily have to leave the airport for the business side of things, and then they go when they're done to the rest that the area has to offer. And I think that has the ability to bring a lot of business leaders to this area for a first time and get a great first impression, like you were saying earlier, Tom. In this, you know, it's a real first impression opportunity. So,
yeah.
But
I agree. And
I don't think it has to be either or. I think it can be both, and I think that's a good model.
yeah, and I'd like to piggyback on that. I think it's important to utilize that space because when this thing goes up, you know, I know we're eventually talking about 2-3 flights a day, but initially we're going to be talking about 2-3 flights a week. So how can we utilize that space effectively now before all that traffic comes in? And we have a lot of business traffic that if these spaces were available outside of security, they'd be able to use that all week long.
Yeah, you can create some synergistic revenue sources that help get people out there and more aware of, you know, of its function, of its capacity.
And I think that relates to, how does this relate to a general aviation?
Yeah.
That's a tough one, though. That's a very tough one. I appreciate you bringing it up earlier. But because of TSA and everything else, I think our best answer there is how does this complement and blend with Discovery, plus whatever we're going to do midfield? And I think that's your best answer now. And of course, things like the customs facility that we eventually want to have, you know, that's a common area that needs to be accessible to both. But I think that the TSA requirements really keep this separate in several key areas.
No, that's good. And then with Discovery Air, that helps in you know, the anchor points. What are you going to for what? And
Right. And I think that gets back to the whole approach and everything else that we're talking about in a synergistic way. And I think we just need to make sure that we've got a midfield discussion going on because, you know, a beautiful Discovery on the south and a beautiful terminal on the north, which you still have to drive past midfield to get between the two. So, you know, keeping that in mind.
Yep.
And to that extent, you know, we've got that triangle area in the master plan between Lear and Lindbergh that we're thinking are going to be more hangars. I don't know if we really need that many more hangars here yet. Versus, does that become the outdoor space for the general public and certain things that are complementary to both Discovery and to the terminal? Not saying that that's what I'm for. I'm saying that's something to consider, perhaps.
And that's a good transition piece, you know, so because if it's open and, you know, you wouldn't have to invest that much in it, but you can get the benefit from it.
That's right. It has. We've got that potential there to really use that as a blending piece, a transition piece between two very, very large investments that are going to change this airport dramatically and positively.
That's good, Drew.
Yeah. Also, one of the things that people have enjoyed is the fourth floor of the Budweiser Event Center, and that big view that's up there. I mean, that's become, come here, make sure you get a chance to go see that if you're at some kind of function or feature. And that is an attraction in itself there. So whether it's a separate facility or part of the airport.
Mhm.
I wonder if there'd be some, integrating into education, you had a conference room where you could then, the views up there, you can see almost to Wyoming, right? So
Yeah.
you get this great panorama. We're always talking about it to the west. You have this phenomenal view to the north. You can talk about the power plant and Budweiser, and you can see Horsetooth Rock from a unique angle. It could be a great field trip opportunity for elementary school kids to learn about the Front Range, in a classroom type setting, and one 30 by 30 room could be, utilizing so many different aspects that it allows that future proofing.
Getting back to the point about a couple of flights a week, going to more and more flights per week, and what do you do with this nice building in the meantime? Just as an example, I mean, it's a true apples and oranges comparison, but just to hopefully stimulate some thought. Nuclear, Colorado, southwest corner of the state, very, very small, very, very rural. The only thing there is a tri-state power plant that's a coal-fired plant that's being shut down. But there's a really, really nice, not even an FBO terminal because there's no services there, but just a terminal. It's a very small building, but it's very nice. It's the most expensive building in the county. Well, it's Montrose County, so that's not true, but it's certainly part of the county. They have a high school prom there every year. Because Nuclear has no building anywhere close to this in terms of niceness. And so it's like, whoa, there's something different. So that gets back to, maybe the child friendly and the cultural activity, maybe those things are what are done initially to help get other uses for this building, because, if it's a really nice building, why not?
What building was that, Jerry?
The general aviation, it's hard to call it even a terminal building. It's like an FBO, but with, the self-serve gas pumps outside. Nuclear, Colorado, Alpha India Bravo is the airport identifier. And it's on the wrong side of the Uncompadre Plateau in Montrose County. It's 2 hours to get to Montrose from there, but, it's because it's a general aviation airport for that area.
All right.
Oh.
I think we are about done with this session. I'm going to go ahead and close this group, and we'll just all go back into the main lobby, and we will take a break then. Just a heads up, this does mute everyone when they get back into the main session.
Hey, Jason. Earlier, well, you just asked, when I have a song. Someone emailed me about 2 weeks ago and said, hey, we built this city on rock and roll. She said, could we get like a permit? Can we even get that permitted?
I think that's trademarked, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't, we allow you to build on rock, but it can't really roll. So
no.
We just need a geotechnical report to go along with it.
Yeah, that's good. I like it.
It's a geotechnical report.
We could get some of those nice Colorado boulders and make that the band shell in the outdoor space of the terminal.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you're building a broadband utility, you get all kinds of surprises underground. And one of those surprises is there's more bedrock in Fort Collins than was originally anticipated. So, and as you can imagine, boring through bedrock is a very, very difficult thing to accomplish.
So we're not going to build a subway anytime soon, huh?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's some challenges.
Aaron, I gotta tell you, they were working so efficiently. They came down my street, and I think they were in and out of here in a week or less.
That's nice. Good.
Yeah. Well, thanks everybody. I hope that went well for you. We're gonna run through while it's fresh in everybody's mind. We're gonna skip this last break. We got 25 minutes to power through to 5 o'clock. We're gonna do some polling here that relate back to the previous slide. So Emily, why don't you gear up those polls and I'll pull up the slides that correspond.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start with the phasing question.
Cool.
All right, so basically, which phasing option was your favorite and which was your least favorite?
I'm not sure with the 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
And they correspond to options 1, 2, and 3. And
We didn't get to go through all of the options when our group went through.
Can you move the I can't see all the options over there.
The first option was kind of that westernmost location. The second option was the pushing it further east. And then the third option was kind of having the indented piece and then as a larger expansion on the west.
Okay, gotcha.
So it looks like there's 4 more polls remaining. I'll give you about 30 seconds to wrap this one up. All right, we will end this poll. And then let's jump into architecture polls, Chris. Let's talk about exterior aesthetics. So which one of these was your favorite and which one of these was your least favorite?
And I guess which one do you like? You can pick multiple. Trying to gauge between traditional and contemporary.
If I've only picked a few, it won't let me submit.
So if you scroll down, there should be another question.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There's always one troublemaker.
Just waiting on a few more and then we'll wrap this one up. All right, we're finished with this guy. We will move to interior images. Same thing, which of these do you prefer and which of these do you not prefer?
This is a lot easier with red and green stickers.
I know.
Yeah. The digital world definitely challenges it, gives it different opportunities.
I was hoping to sell extra green stickers for $1,000 to apply to the terminal project.
You still can.
Okay, just a couple more. All right, we're gonna end this one. Next, we will do a poll on architecture amenities.
And you can pick multiple.
I don't know.
Yes, Kurt.
Oh man, I think someone just took my opportunity to vote away. I was trying to hit all the buttons and I lost it. I think I moved it out of the way. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to hit it all. I was only trying to pick 2. It's gone though. I don't
It's
know what
Twitter.
I did.
They're here, Kurt. They're here for you.
Yeah. I got it taken away from me. Where is it?
Hey, Kurt, if you hit view options on the top of the screen and then select exit full screen, you might be able to find that window.
Okay.
Might be behind that.
Okay. I did notice I could move it up and down and look at the pictures, so that was kind of nice. I just moved it too far.
So it looks like we have a majority of the vote. So I wonder if you accidentally cast your vote already.
You know what? That might have happened. Well, as long as it's, yeah.
We've got majority of them. Perfect. All right, we'll end this one and we will jump to sustainability features. So again, which of these are most important to you?
Now, how many can we pick?
You can pick as many as you'd like, but think long and hard on them.
It's only allowing you to pick one.
Oh. Well, then just one.
Yeah, it's my fault. I was trying to choose everything on everything. So, so I messed it up for everybody.
Blew up the whole system.
Yep.
And just so everyone knows, we will have a link to a little bit more of a formal survey. You can think long and hard on that one if you didn't get to answer these questions as accurately as you would have hoped.
Will the survey have areas to comment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so we are done with this one. Let's move to site. So we will talk about site experiences first.
Got it.
And while people are voting, for those of you who are in the other breakout rooms, I just want to let you know that site really, what we really got into is land. This is, we really need a solid land use plan for this area before we really drill down into the minutia of this. So that's really going to be what we want to deal with the next charrette as well. So just to let everybody know.
Yeah, that's great. Reed, what did you hear from a phasing standpoint?
It's we got to figure out what this whole north of Earhart Drive, what is that going to be?
Yeah.
That's kind of, and then how does the entry experience fit in with that? That's kind of everybody was really, all three groups really latched onto that idea. And it's funny how by the time you get to the third group, you're really focused on the discussion because you've heard these other two ideas. In the first group, you're just kind of fumbling through. In the second group, you're picking it up. In the third group, man, you're just rocking through. So I don't know if everybody else had that experience, but
I think we were all getting used to shorter discussions as well.
Yeah.
Very
question that I didn't get to ask. Is it going to be really linear like it was laid out in the block diagrams, or is there opportunities to make it more curved like this Dubuque one?
There's opportunities there. The fenestration isn't really displayed in the graphics that Reed showed. That those were just blocking, right? We're looking at areas that we can build. So that's not really showing the shape of the building at all.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
All right, just launched our last poll of the day, site amenities.
Reed, what did you hear from a phasing expandability that starts to tie into what Russ was talking about?
Yeah, we talked kind of back and forth on site versus building itself. And I think, again, it's going to be the organic growth of the facility that really helps to dictate, 1 story versus 2 story in certain areas and framing those view corridors to the mountains. And I think they brought up some interesting ideas of, how do we make the pre-security people also be able to have access to those views of the mountains. So we can explore those in a kind of a second story version or, with different features and amenities there.
Right. We had a lot of discussion in the architecture about a community room that can be multifunctional for business with observation deck, with classroom opportunities to talk about the Front Range, and how does that people fly in, have a meeting, fly out, almost FBO style. How does that play into treating that synergy of driving revenue and off flight times, and just another layer of community engagement.
Right. And there's even an idea of, adding restaurants that weren't in the terminal so that, programming some site options where we could create a restaurant or an amenity on the site that isn't just specifically within the concourse.
All right, it looks like we are all wrapped up with polls.
Hey.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. We have about 15 minutes left. Want to run through, essentially we're next steps. Where are we? Hopefully everybody felt like we had a good conversation today about vision, goals, and critical priorities. We'll gather all this information and start to compile it and see what it's telling us. Again, some of the goals and critical priorities. The next layer onto this, as Emily was mentioning, we do have a survey put together that's a little more robust. There might be some repeats on here, but because it'll be used for some other people that aren't here. But essentially, it's through SurveyMonkey. The last piece is Fly FNL to tie into the airport and their website, and it's be really good to gather that data and see what it's telling us. I think the discussion today was really, really beneficial and quite visionary. Where we're headed, and we'll allow some time here at the end to open up for any last comments, but today we're at Charrette 1. The next Charrette is on sustainability, and then we'll come back at Charrette 3 to look at these 3 different concepts that the design team is going to put together. again, this is where we are and this is where we're headed, and talk about the views that everybody's been talking about today. We're going to end with a slide from the airport. I think this is what everybody's trying to capture, that feeling of arrival and sense of place, feeling like we're home in Northern Colorado. So love to open up for any further comments, any further questions, and appreciate everybody's time today.
Chris, one question here.
Yep.
After charrette number 4, when you're into the design process, I'm assuming there will be some updates on your progress to the commission off and on. Can you elaborate on whether and when those updates may occur?
Yeah, we'll make updates along the way. We're also planning updates to both city councils along the way, just progress. We haven't identified exact dates, but they will come at the milestone markers that, back up, at post 30%, post probably 60, and post 95, really between 95 and 100. Really architectural detailing. Building's not going to change look here. Really from here to here, we start to really develop and get into the engineering. So
a second and perhaps more crucial question from my standpoint is the funding basis you're going to be looking at. You starting low or starting high?
yeah, I think that's further discussion we need to confirm with Jason just based on today's conversation, but it sounds like there's opportunity for private funds. Right now, the team's aiming at the $12 million mark, understanding that other funds might be coming in. So we want to plan to have expandability for other features along the way.
Yeah, personally, I believe if we don't have some concepts beyond a $12 million facility, it'll be much more difficult to attract private funding.
I would definitely echo that comment. Tom, if we look at a 30,000 square foot building and a $12 million budget, I mean, the numbers some of the numbers don't work in my opinion. But I mean, thinking about our different funding, so I don't think from a commission standpoint, did we all together, and I could have missed a meeting, and apologies if I did, but did we decide on this is our limit on what we're going to spend, or this is the limit on our size, and these are all the funding mechanisms that we could go after? Did we decide on that?
I do not believe so personally. I defer to Wade or Jason if they have better insights.
Kurt, no, there hasn't been any decision made by the commission. This is all purely based on what's available right now.
Okay.
And our discussion at our last meeting was the notion of a capital campaign for fundraising, 10, 15 million, and to really build that in parallel with the current CARES funding, and to actually shoot for the puck where it's going to be, and that's in the 30-35 range, and with that, there hasn't been a hard decision, but that was brought up and discussed.
Should we possibly take an action item in parallel to take a look at where projects like this have been done with a stronger formal public-private partnership to provide a possible alternative model for funding this, and maybe possibly for leveraging our CARES Act? So rather than kind of going for, just explore all possible avenues. I won't label them any way other than say that.
We have an opportunity here, we know, to do something that can really be a gem for Northern Colorado. And I just think it deserves, before we go through all this design work and all this time, I mean, I don't want to delay. We can't, we have timelines, but I really think we owe it to say, we're limiting ourselves. Do we limit ourselves? I mean, I can take a lot of comments from today from all the commissioners and team members about what we want this facility to be. I mean, Darren, you mentioned, hey, we got a chance to build a building that's going to set a standard for this airport for others. We talk about some of the things we want in this and what we want to do, innovation and the view of the mountains and, you know, bringing it there. And I just, I don't know that we get it done with this budget. I really don't. And I don't see it being, we have to be cost effective. If we bring in a private public partnership or something there, what are the possibilities? I mean, does that get us to 30 million? Does it get us to 50? Does it get us, I mean, I'm not trying to be like, you know, just put crazy numbers out there, but is there opportunities? And then is there any, which I know some of these are bad words for some, but you know, I'm learning more about metro districts and obviously we know about PIPs and TIFs and other ways to fund things where we could be building, and maybe that's a phased approach. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just, have we really looked at what we're doing here and what does $12 million build? And do we owe it to ourselves to say, who else is out there? Where has this been done successfully? And some just success stories there and what we could do.
Yeah, finance options. Don?
Yes, thank you. I agree. We have to have a long-term view, and I'm not as close to the CARES funding and how that's to be dispersed and utilized. Jason and probably I suspect City Manager Adams is close to it. I think we need to realize we are on a clock though for the utilization of that money. If we don't meet certain criteria within the time frame, that money's going to disappear. But that should not, Kurt, I totally agree with you. That should not limit our vision in what we strive for. But this is one of those situations, I think, we're going to be working against the normal speed of business, speed of government, which is only matched by the speed of church for its slowness and efficiency. So I think we just need to keep that in the back of our minds. We are in a very tight time clock, but that should not limit our goal, what we're trying to achieve. But we have to be realistic and watch that clock very carefully.
Thank you.
I think if I could
Diane.
comment. I think that
actually Steve has had his hand up for quite some time. I'm sorry, Diane.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Mine will be short. The thing that I am very excited about is some of these discussions about what can we do. I would ask our design team to build a critical path schedule and let us know when decisions have to be made along the way so that we can be done, built, with all bills paid by July of 2024. And if you start to back out that schedule and go through that development of that schedule, I think that we just need to be realistic about looking at, we've talked about some master planning we have to do yet in our process and some other things. But I don't want us to have the date come and go and we have not spent our money, or that we are not yet done with the airport and we're stuck because we've spent so much time on design, we don't have enough for construction. So I think that schedule of a critical path method schedule will help us determine the critical points of when we have to make decisions by from this point forward. So thank you.
Okay. What I would add is that I agree with that. We can't let that CARES money go by the wayside. But I think that the conversations we've had today, a lot of those have been very aspirational. And I think that we have to be able to design something that is aspirational and then maybe be able to phase it because we're not going to attract the kind of money if we don't have a picture for them to relate to. We've got to be able to describe it in a way that people really get excited about it and are willing to invest. But by the same token, we have to build a terminal that utilizes the CARES money. We don't want that to go away. So I think having something that is a big picture and something that maybe is doable either in a chunk if we got the money or in phases, but so that we ensure that we have a terminal on the timeline that we have to adhere to.
I've got
totally agree, Diane. Thank you.
So couple questions there, and I don't know what the process takes, and I agree the critical path, we can't miss our timing here. But what have we done, or what could we do, or what do we have to do to prepare to get just, requests for interest? And if we put some RFIs out there from to just see what's out there for other funding, or identifying other ways that it could be more than the 12 million, because we're not just talking the terminal here, right? I mean, there's more than just the terminal. So just a thought, what do we have to do from a city standpoint to get an indication of interest out there? Just
Darren, Darren, why don't you pick that up in talking about public-private partnerships, and also with Metro District, as well as capital funding campaign, a gifting, a donative. So those are like 3 different tracks that could go. And if Darren's not on, it could be Josh.
Can you see me, Wade?
I can only see the panel to the right. Now I can see you. Okay.
Okay. So that's a big question to ask somebody at 5 o'clock when the meeting is supposed to be ending, but I'll try and be very, very brief. The bigger question here is that I asked, I think it was Russ at the tail end of our group, is does the master plan provide the guidance that we're all hoping for, the big vision? I'm going to tell you, I don't think it does. And this is a bad time for me to say that, but it's sort of an ongoing concern that I have, that so much of this should be included within an adopted airport master plan. So when we're thinking about the adjacent uses and connections and roadways and so forth, those things are sort of, we've got some really, really good guidance. So I think that the answer is going to be, we really don't have a lot of guidance, and Chris and Russ and team are going to have to create some of this midstream, which means, especially with some big ideas like I'm talking about and Kurt's talking about and Wade and others. Actually, I want to just acknowledge, I really like what Steve said about, hey, we have a hard stop. So let's look at that hard stop and work backwards. And if we can accommodate a bigger conversation about RFIs and on and on and on, we should force that issue, recognizing that there's a hard stop that we have to meet. If not, we've missed it, and we'll be giving money back to the FAA, which is a terrible thing. So Wade, I think there's a couple things. I think there's a philanthropic play here that I mentioned in one of our groups and I know you're interested in, and that is something that involves my colleague Nina Bodenhammer on behalf of, and I think Jason's reached out. Maybe we'll be talking about that. I think Kurt's got a different play, which I'm really intrigued about, and that's an RFI process to see if is there an opportunity for private investment? And I really don't have good thoughts about that. I think I'll let the more purchasing oriented people in this call determine how that would be done. But frankly, if we wanted to send out an RFP to say, hey, or I'm sorry, what we would call a request for interest. Okay, so we're going to throw out this big idea, send it out to the rest of the country and see if there's interest, both locally or regionally or nationally. I think an RFI in that case could be an easy play. What happens after we get an interested party in negotiating what that looks like is the real hard part that could take a lot of time. And then so I think there's a philanthropic effort and there's also a private, and I think they don't have to be separate and distinct. But given our timeline, I actually think a request for interest in fairly short order, there's no downside to that. There really isn't. And we don't do a lot of those. Fort Collins folks, I recall maybe, Diane, you might, a couple at best requests for interest we may send out floating a trial balloon. But I'll tell you, the city of Fort Collins, and I suspect Loveland as well, we can get together and I think we can float something like that, and we get our creative people together. I think we can do it. Nina Bodenhammer, our City Gives executive director, is already poised to sit down with some of us and then start talking about philanthropic opportunities. But I would say critical to support Steve Adams, critical is that timeline that we can't give money back to the FAA. But and then I'll stop, I promise. I think that what we're bumping up against, what I'm feeling really concerned about is an airport master plan is not helping inform this issue. Now, I'll throw that out there. I don't mean to be critical, but I didn't hear anything about airport master plan in the conversations that I was in today. So, Jason, I hope that there's some information coming where maybe that master plan can really provide some guidance to some of the big questions that we've been asking today. So, my 2 cents.
Don.
I recognize we're running out of time. We've all been here 4 hours and still got work to do today. But I concur with Darren and what I've heard with Kurt. I don't think we lose by seeking the creativity of the private sector. We throw something out with a time frame on it, with the type of dollars we're looking at and the land that's available, and dream big. We can still be moving. We have to be moving on this design now. But I think if we put that out there with a tight time frame, I think we do nothing but gain, because these people are used to coming back with ideas on how to make things better. And in the process, they make good investments that help them make money. And that's the type of creativity I think they can bring to us. So I would encourage us to find a way to put that out there so we can see what we get back and expand our thinking.
The only modification I would have to that is this has already been done in places, I'm pretty sure. And so we're not just putting it out there, seeing who bites. We reach out and find those places and use that to help seed the conversation.
Right. Yeah, people have done it before, bring that experience. And there's real value to that. We might pick up a few others on top of that, but I don't see how we lose on that. This is just a real opportunity for us to do that while staying on track with the proper utilization of the CARE Act funding.
And this might be separate, which I think it is, but there also might be some effort in the future regarding airport overlay districts, or some sort of planning document that plans outside the airport master plan too. So, and since it's in the jurisdiction of Loveland, that would be an effort that would take place in Loveland. And one of the things I'd like to bring up at some point in the future, maybe when we have our strat ops, is related to how, again, it gets back to our governance and making decisions and so forth, but how, around the airport as well. So, just some things there that are not part of the Charrette today, but I think they're things that we probably have to think about as we grow into the aspirations that we have.
Really, the conversation goes something like, we have big goals here in Northern Colorado related to this airport. We've got $12 million and a timeline. And we want some ideas about a big play and a potential partnership. And whoever said it, I do agree that I think you do a scatter shot, but you also align with entities who have some experience, and you specifically send it to them and recruit and see if there's serious interest. So for me, it's sort of a both. But the play is something like, we've got a $12 million big vision that's, as Wade, I've heard you say in the past, we've got a $30 million vision, we've got $12 million. Is that going to leverage investment on the part of anyone else to be part of this? And I think, candidly, Chris and you and the design team, look, you guys do this as well. You go out and pick up partners to do bigger projects than you probably can alone. So I don't know. Maybe we lose maybe we lose 3 or 4 months of time. We don't lose the critical path that Steve's talked about, but maybe it's for naught. But then again, maybe there's something there. So
I would just add to that. We would put our timeline. Obviously, we tell them our timeline too. We tell them we got a tight timeline. We all know that we can't meet there. And I just bring up 3 things on that. One is we don't have to accept. We don't have to. We're looking for RFIs. It's not like we're locking ourselves into something. We might get some real creative responses where we could learn and do some exciting things from those responses. And also, I think it lessens some of our risk. And we all talked about entryways and other, not just the terminal. I mean, we've got other stuff going on here. So I'll leave it at that.
Great discussion. I'm in.
Good.
Next steps.
Is this you, Chris?
No, it's done.
So it's done.
Okay.
Do you have a comment, Don?
No, what next steps? How do we, I don't think we want to sit here and wait a month. What are we going to do between now and our next opportunity to meet to get this moving? Do we want, as a board, to give direction to our city officials who have experience in this more than we as individual board members, to develop an action plan to make this happen?
And Jason, is this a formal meeting where the board can not make decisions, but give direction?
I have to defer to Lori on that. I think she's still with us.
Sorry, Lori, I didn't see.
I am here. Oh, no problem. So this is not a formal meeting at which action can be taken. It's more of a study session format. That doesn't mean that the discussion can't give, I guess, some indication of what staff is.
So direction, but no decisions. Is that a fair distinction?
Yes.
So I might suggest just to keep things moving a little bit between now and the next meeting is maybe and Steve, I'll just suggest things, and I think it's important for you to share your thoughts as well, but maybe you and I and Jason, and I'm not sure who else, but work to, I think draft and distribute an RFI that speaks to a bigger play here. And there's no decisions there until an RFI generates some product, which then the board would do this or this. I mean, those are some initial brainstorm thoughts. What do you think about that, Steve, and Jason as well?
So Darren, I appreciate your thought. I had already written a note down that to have a meeting with you and I, we're going to need our purchasing staff involved. And also our legal staff, if we're going to issue an RFI. I would not issue it, but I think we could have it drafted in a month or less. And a plan of talking, to Jerry's point, of some other people, find out who else has done this airport-wise. And I know the county has issued an RFI already, so there's a format we could use, maybe not the same topic for the fairgrounds project. So at the ranch. But get a little bit more information pulled together and be ready to pull some triggers where we could take action on in the next month. But as to issue an RFI, I don't think we have guidance for that, but we have some work to do, a lot of work to do before we could be there. And we can advise on timeframes. I think we have contacts with partners, P3 partners, that we might get some initial interest levels from, and also suggestions from them on how to do this. So. Jason, I don't know, Jason, if has some other information too.
Yeah, I can add to that. Thanks, everybody. The public-private partnership has always been intriguing to me as well, and it's something that we have investigated in the past, and we've actually brought in some folks to meet with that have actually developed other terminals. For instance, the Propeller Group up in Everett, Washington. Is one of those big players that built a $40 million facility. They've met with us and talked a little bit about it. But one of the biggest challenges that we face is that we don't have existing air service to be able to really lure in some of those folks that can find that return on investment, because what it ultimately comes down to is those future revenue streams that can provide that profitability for the public investment. And that's going to be how we're going to boil down the charges and the fees that are generated from those future travelers, and pay back the investors that are able to provide that funding. So happy to share with what I know with the group on how we can formally issue that out and publicize it.
Chair, let me go one step further. I think that based on what Steve said in particular, how about if our project team develops a very tight time frame, which I think Steve was advocating for earlier, and others as well. We don't want to return money to the FAA. So what is that time frame? And Chris, I'm not sure if you and your team could be prepared to do that by. And again, understanding it's not ironclad, but it's a timeline. I suspect you already have something like that already in place. But so we come back at the next board commission meeting with that timeline, and then we have, and Steve, I would challenge, and I'm agreeing with you, that our purchasing agents and chief financial officers and attorneys need to be involved, but that we task ourselves with coming back with a draft RFI that the commission sees in their packet for the next meeting. Mm-hmm. And then in the meantime, we're also having some maybe quiet conversations with prospective parties that might be interested in this idea. Doesn't mean we have that done, but at least we get we get a little bit more meat on the bones as to what Jason just suggested. And so Steve, most of that work is on the part of your staff and my staff. Mm-hmm. But I'm certainly willing to commit that if you think you can pull it off in Loveland.
Yeah, I think we work cooperatively on a lot of other things, and this would just be another example of that. And we're giving them a whole month. I mean, most of the time we're telling them we need it like next week. So they got 3 extra weeks as far as I'm concerned. Don't say I said that. And my staff can't say what I just said to the other staff either. So what happens here stays here.
You see the little red button on the top left of your screen that's blinking?
Yeah. Recording.
Well, that's great.
And if I can say, yeah, to the team that did all this work and all, I thought it was a fabulous use of time. And I feel like we're able to kind of dig our teeth in. And to me, it was a very, very good use of 4+ hours. And I think it was very well facilitated.
I'd agree. Yes. Let's give a shout out to Chris and team and everybody, and well prepared. And also congratulations and thanks to all of you. I think we really came together, I think, on the possibilities, the aspiration, but also the reality of what we got. And we want to carry it off. So let's keep working together, and let's reach those outcomes that we all have in mind. So is there anything else for the good of the whole? Thank you all, and we stand adjourned. Good night.